by that.
Okay. You understand that he manipulated the scene and he manipulated other people so he could keep the van in which he murdered Athena in the next day.
That wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't know about any manipulation.
Well, I mean, you understand that, one, he was in the same truck the next day.
Yes,
And you understand that the reason why he was in the same truck the next day, because he called his boss, lied to his boss and said he'd thrown up in the truck,
oh, yes,
and he needed that. You remember now?
yes,
So he manipulated people, his boss, family, and other people to keep his crime scene the next day.
yes,
And drove his crime scene around the next day, correct?
yes,
So he didn't have any problem solving the issue about how he was going to keep access to his crime scene the next day. He didn't have any problem solving issues with that.
correct.
And he didn't have any issue solving the problem about how to create this whole lie about backing into her and all the details about that.
Hold on, I gotta see
A reason for certain things.
Yes,
what all. This is the first. What I want to hear what else you.
We are ready to proceed. Cross-examination, Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ryan, thank you for coming back today.
sure.
I know you hadn't planned on that, I don't think, but I appreciate you staying over with us to chat with us a little bit. I won't keep you up there as long as yesterday, and we'll let you head back to the Ohio State University. That's an important thing, isn't it? If they put it on their letterhead.
I think it's a proprietary thing rather than an important thing.
So the first thing we'll talk about, let's talk about your report. Your report in this case, we talked about introducing evidence. It's about 38 pages, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you do a report like this one, this report is primarily based off what the person you're interviewing is telling you, right?
No,
Well, I noted in here, there's, I tried to count them, but there's a lot of stuff in here about Mr. Horner, that Mr. Horner reported things to you, is that correct?
that's correct.
And then Mr. Horner told you things, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Horner explained certain things to you?
Yes,
I mean, there's a substantial amount of this information, I'm not gonna go over every bit of it. It's all coming directly from what Mr. Horner is explaining to you or telling you about the working situation. Isn't that correct?
much of it.
Okay. And in fact, you know, most of the stuff that you're asking him about his symptoms, his feelings about things, things that happened in the past, things that happened in this case, so on and so forth, is his report to you, correct?
There is his report, but there is also all of the documentation, the records, the discovery that your office provided, and the collateral informants that I spoke with.
Right. But like, for example, you indicate in one part of your report, Mr. Horner recalled working for Walmart and the reason why he left Walmart. That only can come from him, correct? You don't have employment records for Walmart, do you?
I did have employment records, but I can't recall if Walmart was in there.
And when he gives you a reason for certain things that happened, for example, when he's explaining to you in here about what happened when it came to, you know, having sex with a 16-year-old, that comes directly from him. You don't have any additional records.
There was the report, police report, but that description came from him.
Right. And then, for example, when he's talking to you about how much drugs he uses and how often he uses, that comes directly from him, correct?
And it was corroborated by others.
Okay, so you're telling me that there's evidence in here when he says that he's using drugs a certain amount of time, that there's records that corroborate that he's using it that many times?
No, there are no records.
Okay. So again, it's just him.
And a collateral source that I interviewed.
Okay. Do you have a collateral source? I read on page 12 where it says Mr. Horner used hallucinogens, acid countless times, ages 21 and 29. Do you have a collateral source that says he used acid that many times between the ages of 21 and 29?
No.
So that comes just directly from him.
That comes from him.
And as far as anything to do with, you know, anything to do directly with him with his unique knowledge, for example, the information about what he did or did not do with Athena Strand in this case, that is solely within his knowledge.
And the discovery information that you provided.
Okay. But anything that he said as to what he was thinking or what wrong would come directly from him alone,
Yes,
from his report.
yes.
Now, and so you'll agree with me that from your perspective, it's important to be accurate with what information you reviewed in order to make certain assessments in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, you agree with me that whatever somebody you're interviewing is telling you is of critical importance that they're being truthful with you. Don't you agree?
Not necessarily.
It's not of critical importance that the person interviewed is telling you the truth.
Depends on what the question is and what the issue is and what additional information one might have.
So, does it concern, I mean, like, sometimes to figure out so they can lie about some things and not about others? And that's okay.
It's not okay, but it is what it is. People do lie. It doesn't mean that everything that they're saying is untruthful. And that's where collateral sources, discovery information, all of that comes in to kind of be able to weigh, in my judgment, what is accurate and what's not.
So when you ask somebody a direct question, you don't think it's important that what they're telling you is the truth?
It's not a question of importance when you're doing this kind of evaluation.
Okay, well, I'm confused. I mean, if they're lying to you and you're making diagnosis based on their lies.
I'm not making diagnoses based on their lies.
Okay. You're basing it on what they're telling you, right?
No, the diagnoses that I made were based on not only what he told me, but on information from records, educational records, social history, collateral informants, medical records. So in a forensic evaluation, you never just rely on what a person is telling you.
So you told me there are certain things in here that you relied on that were solely within the knowledge of the defendant in this case.
Maybe it would help if you told me exactly what those were and how they were relevant.
Okay, well, I mean, he's telling you certain things.
Right.
And you're telling me that his truthfulness as to those certain things that he's telling you really doesn't matter.
It's not quite that simple. It's clear that he lied on several occasions. What you mentioned before, that he used acid multiple times between the ages of 20 and 29, that came from him. It wasn't really all that relevant to the diagnostic issues that I think were relevant to this particular case.
But if you're making a diagnosis on someone and it's based on what they're telling you and what they're telling you is untrue, how can you rely on that diagnosis?
I think we're probably on a different plane in terms of diagnosis. So, for example, if Mr. Horner had been the only person presenting me with information that he had autism spectrum disorder, I would not have relied on that. I would not have made that diagnosis. It's only because there was collateral information, there were many records, as well as my evaluation of him that indicated that that was a legitimate diagnosis to make.
But let me ask you this, since we're talking about truthfulness, you agree with me that if the person you're interviewing is not telling you the truth about certain things that you're asking them, doesn't that call into question their truthfulness about other issues as well?
Yes.
So if they lie to you now, probably a liar later.
I wouldn't say that. They could be lying later.
And I would think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, it would be important for you to disclose to us in your report if somebody is being untruthful. You believe that's important, right?
It depends.
So how do you pick and choose what you tell us when somebody's being untruthful?
Well, first of all, the report and what needs to be in the report is pretty much dictated by what has to be disclosed in the report. I didn't put the facts of the offense in the report. So that's not there, but I did disclose my notes to you. So you have those.
Mm-hmm. But what you're saying is, what I'm trying to get here is that you pick and choose what you put in your report. You left some things in your notes, you put some things in your report. You made those decisions.
I made the decisions about what would go into the report. There was 18 and a half hours of interviewing, and the report was already 38 pages. I didn't put every single thing into the report.
But you dictated what you felt was important for your report, and then left out the other things that were not important.
I think the word important is not really accurate. I put in the report what I thought was relevant to making a diagnosis, and there are plenty of things, as you are probably well aware in my notes, that are quite favorable to Mr. Horner that I didn't put in the report. I don't think that they were necessarily relevant to my diagnoses and opinions.
We didn't talk about your notes yesterday, did we?
Too bad here today,
So as
Simon.
part of your report,
I love
you
you.
put a list of information and records and things that you
I
reviewed
know.
in preparation for this case.
Correct.
Up to and including today, is that a complete list of every piece of evidence, report, interview, everything that you've reviewed up until today? Is that correct?
Except what I
Damn
mentioned
it,
yesterday,
cats.
I forgot to put the interview that I did with the in-home therapist as one of my collateral informants.
So that's it, you haven't reviewed any additional
Now the
evidence
blind's broken again.
up until and including today?
I don't believe so.
I was a little confused yesterday, we talked a little bit about your bill, and you said something about the.
Now he's eating.
One of those is something to do with PTSD. Did you make that diagnosis?
I did.
Oh man, I missed
You read the
something.
report from Drs. Spence and Imhoff. So I tried to keep up with it yesterday. How many actual diagnoses did you come up with for the defendant in this case? Is it 6 or 7?
There were 10, actually.
Bro.
I think one of those, and I'm just gonna ask you this, one of those is something to do with PTSD. Did you make that diagnosis?
I did.
Have you read the report from Drs. Spence and Imhoff in this case?
I did, yes.
And they indicate he doesn't have PTSD, correct?
I don't recall if they said that he did or he didn't. I got those reports, I believe, after I had completed my evaluation and
So
report.
if they say that he doesn't have PTSD, are you wrong or are they wrong?
I believe I'm correct.
So Imhoff and Spence are wrong. Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about fetal alcohol. And I know you're not an expert on fetal alcohol. I'm not gonna ask you that, but you did give us some information yesterday about fetal alcohol. It's not syndrome, there's something else. It's alcohol exposed, is that what you said yesterday?
Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, as opposed to fetal alcohol disorder.
I'm gonna write that down. Now, what I'm confused about here is, so you're not saying that every woman that doesn't know they're pregnant and parties or drinks a little bit is gonna give birth to a child with fetal alcohol syndrome disorder?
Spectrum disorder,
Sorry,
yes.
spectrum disorder, sorry.
Correct. I'm not saying.
You're not saying that.
No,
So there's not an actual number of drinks or whatever. Some people party a lot and don't give birth to a child that has any kind of fetal alcohol, right?
that's correct.
You mentioned something and you made a statement yesterday that your diagnoses went to show how Mr. Horner came to be the person.
Bruh.
Is that accurate?
Fuck.
Yes.
But in this case, let me just ask you, a lot of stuff that we had in this case was covered by pretty much all the diagnoses you get. For example, you said he wasn't able to handle stress, right?
He has a great deal of difficulty handling stress.
Because of his autism.
The combination of his autism, his trauma history, PTSD symptomatology,
But that stress we're talking about, that stress, you mentioned, that was FedEx causing him that stress because you said they changed his rides.
no, that would be too simple an explanation. I mean, the architecture of his brain is such that these kinds of stressors cause him to become very emotionally dysregulated.
Well, let me ask you again, the stress that you referred to and you listed out was something to do with his work changing stress, correct?
Yes,
And it was something to do with his girlfriend at the time or whatever was going on with their child.
that was one thing.
But I'm just giving you some examples here. That was something else,
Yes,
correct? And that essentially that these were all things that were happening in his life. These were life stresses for him.
yes.
And I'm just going to ask you, don't you think that some of those life stresses, for example, the things we're talking about, maybe were caused by doing drugs and partying all the time? Some of those life stresses?
I don't think that doing drugs helped the situation, but no, I don't believe that these stressors were, well, they were life stressors, that, I don't know that they were caused, I mean, there are life stressors that come up, you know, the postpartum depression, the financial distress, but his inability to cope with those is more biologically based.
So you don't think that the fact that he had problems at his work, with his girlfriend, and his life had something to do with potentially work ethic?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's...
I don't know. I find it really interesting, dude. Because the thing is, the people that are the jury in these chat rooms, they totally agree with the prosecution. Like, they're totally on his side with everything he's saying. But they've already talked about this dude has brain abnormalities. Like, does that... Why does it... It's interesting that doesn't matter to any of them. They're just like, no, he's faking it. His brain's different, but he's faking it. Just because he's lying about some shit doesn't mean he doesn't have mental disorders, is what I mean. It's weird.
Going out and purchasing narcotics and using them and partying on the weekends?
I don't know anything about narcotics. He used other things, but the drug use, in my opinion, the drug use was an effort to kind of modulate his mood and his anxiety level, rather than just wanting to go out and party.
So you're saying he wasn't using drugs just to get high. That's what you're saying?
Well, that was probably part of it. But, for example, the cocaine use was because he was sleep deprived. He was also using those bangs, which had like 300, very high potency caffeine. He was using those to stay awake. And, of course, to improve his mood because he was very depressed.
Okay. So whatever he had, whatever was going on in his life, that made him use drugs.
That's overly simplified. He did not start to use drugs until he was 18 years old. So that in and of itself is somewhat unusual. I think that definitely the substance use began as part of an effort to fit in with the band and fit in with people that he was hanging out with. So there was a social element to the substance use, yes.
So again, going through this, you indicated yesterday he wasn't able to handle executive functioning. And what was that because of?
Well, he has poor executive functioning. It's not, he can't handle executive functioning,
Right,
but his brain, again, that frontal lobe, prefrontal cortex, he has trouble, in my opinion, because of the combination of the autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, PTSD, all of these. He has trouble with decision-making, judgment, shifting, what we call shifting cognitive sets. You know, when something happens, he has difficulty thinking about alternatives. That's executive function.
Okay. And that was, so then you said he had poor impulse control, and that was because of his depression?
No, poor impulse control, that's part of executive functioning, but also he has severe ADHD. He also, those two are the major reasons.
And you said something about it was hard for him to tell the truth, so we had to create this fake person, and what caused that?
I don't think it's as simple as there's something that caused it. As I said yesterday, I think that Zero gave him the ability to confess and distance himself from the horribleness that he had actually done.
And you said something about, you mentioned that he lied a bunch during the investigation, and you attributed that to he was feeling pressure or overwhelmed or something like that. Is that right? Isn't that why he lied?
That's part of it, yes.
And then you said that if we don't see him showing remorse, it's this thing called alexithymia. Is that what you said yesterday?
That's one of them.
Talk about this. You said you said severe depression.
Yes.
And I think you listed a whole, like a long set of symptoms or something that goes with it, right?
Yes.
That's on page 4 of your report,
Yes.
right? You said things like he had fatigue and low energy.
Dude, I actually think a lot of normal people that have never had anything wrong with their head they think that this is all bullshit. They think it's depression and just pull yourself up by the bootstraps, man. Hey, man, just start thinking more on that petty pot, man. Trump, because for them it is. You know what I mean? For them, the anxiety and stress they can handle in a controlled manner without ever fucking freaking out or snapping and shit. And they just think that everybody's brain is like their brain, their upbringing's like theirs. If they can handle it, you can handle it, because man, hey man, they went through some hard shit in life too, man, and they came out clean on the other side. They can do it, you can do it. They can do anything, you can do anything. Man, come on, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? But like, some people actually have shit wrong with their head. It ain't working right. The chemicals ain't right. Fucking shit's all out of whack. Yeah, sure. Some people are just fucking degenerate idiots that don't want to do shit. Sure, those people do exist too. But if you have documented brain scans and shit, doctors are like, yeah, if you look here and you look here, you can see that this isn't acting right. He has a low amount of neurons firing in this part of the brain when he should be having much more, according to a normal person's brain would be doing this. And these people are like, no man, he's making it all up. What do you mean, dude? The fuck are you talking? He has experts that are like, yo, we looked at his brain under multiple imaging, 3 different types of imaging, and he's got deficits. Okay? It's definitely there.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's not guilty, but should he get the death penalty from the state? Probably not. Let the prisons take care of it. They'll do it faster if he's not on death row.
Granted, it has something also to do with ability to concentrate. Right, that's what you said on here as well. That's one of the
criteria of depression that he exhibited or had
But
problems
I mean, to be honest, man, if he's out doing drugs, staying up all night, he's fatigued and having all these problems, don't his own life choices cause these same symptoms?
I took those into account, and he wasn't staying out partying all night. That was when he went with his fiance on weekends. But he was having trouble sleeping and was sleep deprived during the week also. So one has to, basically in my judgment, that the sleep deprivation was primarily related to his depression.
It wasn't related to him playing video games all night, doing coke on the weekends, smoking weed, things like that. You don't think that was related to why he's got fatigue and low energy?
I don't believe that was the cause, no.
Now, at the very end of page 4, I think we've already talked about this. You said at the very end of page 4, he says, it led to the use of substances. My vernacular is not that good, but ameliorate means to somehow fix his distress.
Lessen
His distress. So he had all this distress, and that made him turn to drugs.
Again, that's overly simplified, but he had that distress prior to using drugs.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out, was he just powerless to resist doing coke and smoking weed and doing acid and doing Molly and all that stuff? Was he just powerless to resist that?
No.
So he made a choice to do that.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about having issues with his job, right? I think you had several paragraphs in here that talk about his work history and his occupation. I think that's on page 9, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just going to do a couple of examples. There's a lot in here, a couple of examples. You said on page 9, I'll just go to the one about working at IPAC, since you mentioned that yesterday. You said that whatever he does not appear to be from lack of motivation. That's what you said, right? Is that on page 9?
Especially as he got older, yes.
Right, doesn't appear lack of motivation. And then let me go to your notes here. How many pages were your notes?
I don't know, I didn't number them.
Okay, you didn't number them. Judge Matt approach? Yes.
Why the hell didn't you number
I
them?
told you they were 140 pages. Would you disagree?
No.
I'm going to show you. Can you just look at those and see?
What if they would have gotten out of order?
Yes, they're mine.
Hang on to those. Were my notes.
Okay.
I did put some tabs on here. Those are not your notes, but I didn't want to have to. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, because they weren't page numbers. Okay.
How weird, lady. He's probably like, this is the first time I've been handed some shit this long without page numbers.
Outback that he was overwhelmed with the dishes piling up. That's what you say right here?
Yes,
Okay, would you go to number 2 on your records right there?
See, Ohio State thing.
yes.
Would you tell the jury when he sent a text to his boss at the time? What did he send to his boss before he left?
Job, outback dishwasher, told boss, F off, extra dishes, go outside a little bit, left.
So,
Where are you? where are
I'm
you?
right here in the middle of it. So he texted his boss or told his boss to F off.
Yes,
Okay. Now I'm looking in your report. Where is that in your report? What page is that?
I probably didn't even put that in my report.
Okay. You did put in here that, without him explaining to you, he was employed at Outback, he was leaving the dirt when he became overwhelmed by the dishes piling up. But the rest of the story is, he told his boss to F off and he left, correct?
After he left, he
Right.
told his boss.
Okay. Now, when we start looking at this, you said he had a couple of suicide attempts. I'm gonna go over this quickly. I think they're in here, I don't remember where they are in your report. You'll agree with me, he had 2 primary ones, one in 18 and one in the jail in 23, is that right?
No, we had 3.
Okay.
Dang,
2
bro.
that we know about because we have medical records.
This
and
guy's
another
no good
one
at
that
killing himself,
they explained to
apparently.
you
3
later-
attempts?
At a later time about what he did.
Shit.
The family explained to you what he
He's not trying hard enough, is
did.
he?
Right, Anthony, yeah. Let's talk about the one in 18. You said it's something to do about a girl who broke up with him, that was his stress at that time?
Yes,
But yet before he did it, he kind of, I'm going to use just my vernacular, he kind of phoned it in and told her that he was going to do this 10 minutes before, right?
yes, for her to watch it.
For her to watch. And then, did you review the JPS records and the notes about what he told the doctors, why he went ahead and did this?
I did review them.
Okay, and the JPS records reflect that he claims he staged his suicide to make his girlfriend mad. Did you read that?
Yes,
Okay. I was looking in your notes in your report. Is that in here?
if it's not in there, then
He
no.
stayed, he
Okay.
said it.
So
Wow.
he gave a reason of why he did whatever he did, that he staged it to make his girlfriend mad.
That he was doing a suicide to make his girlfriend mad, yes.
Right, okay. And then the one in 23, you read the jail records, right?
But
You realize on that one, he kind of phoned that one in too, right? He hit the
But
button.
did he say that just to get out of the hospital, though? You know what I mean? It could have been like the dude's been lying about shit for who knows how fucking long, and like they're like if they think that you're still suicidal, they're not gonna let you out of the hold. He was in there for a week apparently, involuntarily held at the hospital because he tried to off himself. So in his convincing them, I bet he was like, "Oh no, I was just staging it. It wasn't really. It was bullshit. I'm sorry."
And then when
But
he
was
did
it?
whatever he did, and when they didn't answer, they came to find him. That's what the record.
That he hit the button.
Yeah, he hit the button
Yes,
and never
yes.
called. And then when he didn't answer, they came running. Right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So we kind of phoned it in again the second time, right?
I don't know that he phoned it in, but I believe he probably began to panic and press the button.
Okay. So I'm going to go through a couple of quotes.
What button are we talking about? I'm sorry, I don't know. Panic button.
Make sure I do this right. On page
Help me.
5 of your report. This is your quote here. It says, the cognitive distortion caused by severe depression leading up to the offense contributed to his already precarious ability to solve problems and deal with stress. That's what you were talking about before, about him having problem issues. Is that right?
Yeah.
Problem-solving issues as part of his autism,
Right.
compounded by the cognitive distortion of depression, yes.
Right. That's one of the things he had a problem, an issue with problem solving. Right.
Yes,
And then you said, and I think, let me get this quote right here, you said his impulsivity combined with the core deficits of autism spectrum disorder, cognitive distortion, secondary to clinical depression, compromised his ability to deal with stress leading up to and during the autism.
yes,
And those are those stressors you were talking about the other day, with life, work, car, finances, things of that nature.
Yes,
Now those sound like things that most people deal with every day. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And, you know, even you, according to you, showing up unannounced, that threw him for a loop and caused him a bunch of stress.
yes,
So his reaction, due to his autism spectrum, I'm gonna get this right here, because it's not additive, it's compounded, right? That's the word you use, am I getting
Yes.
that right? Okay. His reaction to his autism, plus his depression, plus stress, his reaction to that, oh, and plus the drugs, was to kidnap a child. That was his eventual reaction. All those things put together, that was his reaction, was to kidnap a Englishman.
the precipitant was panicking because she saw him snorting cocaine.
Dude, she's still on that story, though.
And when we talk about this, that precipitant, that is what you told us yesterday, that's the point of the spear, if you will. That's where this thing begins, according to you.
Yes,
That's where the catastrophe begins.
It never happened, though.
And so according to you, if there is him, if he doesn't see him, or she see him snorting coke, none of this happens.
yes,
That's what you're
that's my
saying?
opinion, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you used the term, and I want to get this correct here, a precarious ability to solve problems. That's what you wrote.
Yes,
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't have any problem solving the issue of how to get rid of the body of the child he just murdered, did he?
no,
He didn't have any problem solving the issue of how he was going to keep access to his crime scene the next day, did he?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You understand that he manipulated the scene and he manipulated other people so he could keep the van in which he murdered a being in the next day.
That wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't know about any manipulation.
Well, I mean, you understand that, one, he was in the same truck the next day.
Yes,
And you understand the reason why he was in the same truck the next day, because he called his boss, lied to his boss, and said he'd thrown up in the truck,
oh, yes,
and he needed that. You remember now?
yes,
So he manipulated people, his boss, family, and other people to keep his crime scene the next day.
yes,
And drove his crime scene around the next day, correct?
yes,
So he didn't have any problem solving the issue about how he was going to keep access to his crime scene the next day. He didn't have any problem solving the issue.
correct.
And he didn't have any issue solving the problem about how to create this whole lie about backing into her and all the details about that. He didn't have any problem solving that issue, did he?
I don't know, problem, but he lied about it, yes,
Well, I mean, he created a very detailed scenario of exactly what he did, right,
yes,
to solve the problem and how to explain why she ended up in the truck in the first place, correct?
correct.
So he didn't have any problem solving issues with that, did he?
Well, how he solved the problem was obviously very disturbed and foolish, but that was how he problem solved.
And did you notice that, you know, whenever he shows up to the truck stop, he was able to manipulate the clerk into giving him free cleaning supplies? Did you hear that?
Yes, but manipulate, he just asked.
Well, in fact, he didn't just ask. He said, do you want me just to kick this out on your concrete, or do you want to give me free cleaning supplies?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
Uh,
So he manipulated the clerk to give him free things, so he wouldn't have to purchase anything.
okay,
Is that correct?
yes,
And purchasing things leaves a trail, doesn't it?
I didn't think of that, but there were so many things that he did that left a trail, so I wouldn't see that as particularly critical.
And you understand that he's doing these things, these problem-solving type actions, within 10 minutes of him tossing her body
Oh, wow.
in the water.
Yes,
It's very fast.
It sounds like, to me, that his problem-solving is working just fine at this point, correct?
I would say it's not.
Well, it sure didn't slow him down, did it?
It did not.
So, now, we talked a little bit about drug use earlier. And if you'll go to number 1 in your notes there, I think it's on that. At the bottom of the page, you highlight something in orange, right?
Yes,
It says there, cocaine 2 weeks before. Is that an up arrow meaning increase? Is that what that means?
yes,
And then next to it, you write not ACCU. Is that not accurate?
Yes, that's what it would mean.
Okay, so you didn't believe him when he told you that?
I don't know why I wrote it, I don't remember now.
Now, did you put that in your report somewhere?
I don't know.
Okay. You want to take a look and see if you put it in there?
Are you saying it's not in?
I'm asking you if that particular bit of information about his drug use in the week before contained within your 38 page report.
I know that I had his use of cocaine prior in the report. Oh, I have down, Mr. Horner had not used cocaine for about a month prior to the offense, but on the day of the offense, he was exhausted and anxious and used cocaine several times in the hours leading up to the offense. So I'm not sure if,
Really?
I'm not sure why I have down not accurate, if it may have been that I had a collateral source that said he didn't have access to it or what, I don't know.
So you don't know and you don't know that.
I don't.
Now, the second thing you said here when you're talking about this cocaine story he told you was that you said where did he tell you he got the coke?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know that I asked. I don't believe I even asked. I wouldn't have been interested in where he got the coke.
Well, would it surprise you if it's in your notes that he told you that he found the coke at home?
Oh, that's the coke that he used prior to Athena's abduction. I thought you were asking me who the supplier was.
No, I'm asking you, and I'll clarify here, on the day of the offense, what did he tell you where he found the coke on the day of the offense?
He found it somewhere in the shed. He thought that it had been used up by someone else, and then he found it.
All right. This was his story to you about this cocaine.
This is what he told me, yes.
Now, with regard to that, he just said he found a bag of coke.
Dude, hold on. I need to stop for a second. Because a lot of things could have been in that blow. You know what I mean? And the jury's, I don't know if they're thinking about that. You know what I mean? But depending on what was in that blow, some people do blow, and next thing you know, they're running down the street getting butt naked and shit. And that ain't what blow does. So it had some other shit in it, and I wonder if they're gonna try to use. Did he stick with that blow story, dude, this whole time? Because if he has, he might be trying to use that as like a man. I was on, like there was something else up in there possibly that was making me making me do some other shit. And if he had been on it for days, also, like if he's trying to say like that was leftovers from like they had been doing it, and that's why he was acting weird up to the days leading up to it. Also, I don't know, dude. They might at least have something as far as not getting the death penalty. Because this shit's mixed with this shit is mixed with all kinds of stuff, dude. Nowadays, and you don't, unless you get it tested by a lab, you don't know what the hell that powder is. It's gonna be lab tested.
Said that
Gotta be.
the intoxication on the coke at the time of the offense contributed to his impulsivity and his impaired problem solving. Is that what you said in your report?
Yes.
Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
We've already talked.
It's actually never 100% cocaine in America. Never. If you think you have that, you don't.
About his problem solving. You agree with me that after the crime, his problem solving was working just fine. Right?
Again, I don't think his problem solving was working just fine, but he was solving problems as he saw fit in the way that he solves problems.
I mean, he was solving problems to cover his tracks.
Yes.
He was solving problems as to how he was going to explain things to everybody else.
I don't know that he was doing that at the time, but clearly that was happening afterward, after he was brought in.
Right. And so you talk about here his impulsivity.
Yes.
I'm going to take a little detour here. You talked a little bit about antisocial personality disorder yesterday. I'm not going to get too deep into that, but isn't impulsive behavior part of antisocial personality disorder?
It can be, yes.
Now, you watched the video of the abduction and the audio. Did you listen to the entire thing, the
Yes.
entire hour?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll agree with me, it wasn't impulsive when he covered up the camera an hour before he arrived at a delivery the day before. That's not impulsive.
That's not true. That's not
No,
entirely.
I wouldn't.
That's not entirely true, though. Really, because I mean, impulsivity doesn't mean that it doesn't like have any previous thought about it at all. It's not impulsivity doesn't mean the brain just all of a sudden fucking goes from one thing to another without any sort of lead up to it at all.
And you'll agree with me that his decision to cover up the camera again, approximately an hour before he kidnapped Athena, also not impulsive.
No, I wouldn't call that particular act impulsive.
That's planning, is what that is, right?
In that moment, yes.
You can't be impulsive and
That's
plan
planning
at all.
and covering it up before you
At
do
all,
something.
really?
He was covering it up because he was using cocaine and cannabis, marijuana. That's why he covered the camera.
Oh, that's what he told you.
Yes.
You don't have any collateral source on that.
That makes
No,
sense though, because I wondered why the hell he was covering at those weird fucking times, dude. That made the most sense that he was smoking weed or something right then at those times, dude. Actually, because why else was he covering the fucking camera while he was driving his route? It's weird. I mean, he didn't. I don't know, man. Are they trying to say all those times he was covering his camera, he was like getting ready to do it or something? Interesting.
Then he had covered up the camera prior to that also, when
Yeah.
he had been using.
So you're making
Smoking,
the
yeah.
assumption that that's what he's doing. And you don't have any
That
information.
makes
to
the
prove
most
that's what
sense,
he's
though.
I don't.
Because, dude, I
doing. And you don't
can't.
see any other time on the entirety of that where he covered up the camera except those 2 times, an hour before you arrived at delivery the day before on the same road, and an hour before you arrived at Athena's house on the same road the next day. He's not covering up the camera off and on all days.
I'm not sure.
I mean, you watched the entire video, did you not?
Yes,
Okay, so you don't remember that.
I don't remember.
And if that happened, you'd have put that in your report that he was covered up the camera multiple times to do cocaine, and you didn't put that in there.
No, I wouldn't have put it in because I didn't have a section on the actual offense.
Now, when we're talking about impulsivity here, when he puts her in that vehicle, and the first thing he says is, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you," that's not impulsive.
I would say it's neither impulsive or non-impulsive.
Right,
Well,
so
it's a plan and an indication of what somebody wants at that immediate point.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel testifying.
Yes,
And when he goes to a secluded location to sexually assault her, that's not impulsive. He drove 20 minutes to get over there.
but an impulsive act can last more than 20 minutes, dude. Like if someone goes into manic, that can last for a week. That can last for days on end. Mania, or in that entire time, they're impulsive. I don't think, dude, the prosecution is reaching a little bit with this. I get where they're going because most people that don't have mental illness or don't know anything about it, don't care to know anything about it, think that it's all bullshit. They're like burned up at the stake no matter what. Like they agree with them, but it's not true. Impulsive acts can last longer than a split second.
correct.
And it wasn't impulsive
That's
when
how I
he
see
calmly
it.
tells her and talks to her about her family, school, and other things. That's not impulsive.
Like for instance, you can impulsively decide to drive across the country and then drive across the country, and that entire time you're driving, that's an impulsive act. Am I missing something here? I know because I've done it before.
Impulsive.
And you would call that him trying to
Shit.
keep her
Shit,
calm.
motherfucker. I've impulsively went to fucking Europe for fucking 5 weeks before. The next day, I was like, you know what? I'm going tomorrow. Bink. That's super fucking impulsive, dude. And the impulsive act lasted for another 5 weeks. I'm out there still.
Vehicle, right?
Yes, and himself calm.
We'll talk about that in a minute. But
Tanner?
with regard to her, he's telling her that so she stays calm for what's coming.
That may have been the reason.
How you doing, man?
Not for what's coming. I don't know that
Ginny
I would
Lynn.
agree with that. I think he's trying to keep her calm.
Well, you know what happened next, right?
Exactly.
He sexually assaulted her.
Yes.
But that's why he's keeping her calm.
I don't know that that was the reason.
Did you ask him why he was having these calming conversations with her before he sexually assaulted her?
I wouldn't call them calming conversations. I think he was just asking her questions. I don't know what his motivation for certain questions were.
You didn't ask.
No, I did not.
Now,
Why didn't she ask though? That's interesting. Also,
you'll agree with me that what he did in this case, this was intentional, correct?
Yes.
And there was no meltdown, head banging, or anything of that nature during the entirety of the song, was there?
I think he was emotionally dysregulated, but I didn't see any evidence of head banging or anything like that.
Now, you said, and I couldn't spell this word, but catastrophizing, that's
Yes.
not vernacular, doesn't allow you to do that. So basically, this was something that you said when she saw him doing code, it was all over, and essentially what you're saying is she was dead and she didn't know it. That's
Those
what
would
you
not be
mean.
my words.
No, but I mean, you said once that thing happened, it was all a catastrophe.
No, I think that when he saw her having seen him snorting the cocaine, that was when he decided that he needed to do something to stop her from telling anybody. When he put her in the truck, in my opinion, he didn't plan on killing her. It wasn't until he recognized now it's so much worse because I've put her in the truck, and now what am I going to do? I think maybe in my notes, it was when she asked him, "Are you a kidnapper?" That he thought, now I'm really done, something to that effect, and that's when he made that decision. Not when he saw her, when she saw him snorting the cocaine.
So we have the end result, but what you missed was
she's
what happened.
pretty and taking her shirt off was
Which is
Right.
what?
Sexual assault. That happened in the middle.
No, I think that he, maybe I'm misunderstanding your
And he
question.
kidnapped her, he sexually assaulted her, then he killed her. That's how this goes together.
Actually, that's not what he told me, and that's not my opinion.
what?
Okay, well, you listened to the audio, right?
Yes,
And at some point you recognize that he said, take off your shirt, take off your clothes.
yes,
That was prior to the time that he's killing her, correct?
yes,
Okay, so in the middle of this, when he's having this catastrophe, in the middle between when he kidnaps her and when he kills her, he takes the time to sexually assault her in the middle.
yes,
So his reaction, okay, we've talked about this, due to all the conditions you've talked about, the litany of things, I think 10 that you had out there, right? Was it 10? 10 things that he has wrong with him?
yes,
His reaction to that, because of what's wrong with him, was to go straight to murder with a sexual assault in the middle.
no, those disorders are not causative of what he did to Athena. They, again, contribute to the way that he thinks and the way he behaves, but it's not simple cause and effect.
See,
I'm not
that's the
saying-
problem. Why hasn't science figured out what the fuck is broken in these idiots' brains? What chemical, where is it in the brain? What electricity isn't fucking firing right that makes them like this? There needs to be so much funding put into this because these fuckers are broken for life. It's been proven that they can't be changed. They're like this until they die, dude. And why aren't we putting more funding into that? Researching, probing these motherfuckers. Once they get charged with this shit and they're in prison, oh, you getting probed now, bitch. We're figuring out what's wrong with you people.
That his autism, PTSD, major depression, and
You know what I'm saying?
ADHD caused
Here's the
him
thing.
to do.
Here's the thing. I bet they'd be way less likely to want to go in because if they knew they were going to get probed, we're sticking shit up your ass, in your dick hole, in your nostrils, in your ears. We're taking your fucking blood. We're hooking your lungs up. We're putting you on a table, motherfucker. We're figuring out what's wrong with you. Oh, yeah, you're going to be a science experiment if you go to prison. You better be ready, boy. You know what I mean? Maybe less people would be willing to do it because they don't want to be that dude. Because them getting killed by inmates and beat up and raped and shit, that's not enough to deter them still. We need something higher.
So let's talk a little bit, you talked a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. You said he doesn't have that.
Correct.
But that's something that you said it has to be before he goes 50.
No, the criteria are that someone has to meet the criteria for conduct disorder
Okay.
before age 15.
And I think you said some of the things that go with antisocial are callousness, lack of concern, deceitfulness, irresponsibility. I think you said that.
A persistent pattern of that.
Pattern of that.
Yes, you write out the case. That
Well, in this case,
you're
you
not
have
keeping
to-
up to. Write out the case. What's happening is they're arguing whether or not he should get the death penalty. He's already admitted to doing what he did, molesting a 7-year-old in the back of a FedEx truck. And it's taken an hour to kill her over different methods of trying, and it's fucking pretty bad. But he has like 10 different mental disorders apparently, and they're trying to argue that the state should be the ones that kill him because of everything that's wrong with him. And my argument is, yeah, they're right, because if they don't, then he'll be in Gen Pop, and the prison justice will take care of him long before he'd ever be executed. So, and it will be free of charge. Not only that, they'll get like to charge somebody else with something and get more money out of him somehow from the federal government because they're getting another charge on somebody for murder in their state. Right? Isn't that how that works?
Part of him being deceitful, do you not?
Within the context of this crime, yes, but that would not, in and of itself, qualify for that diagnosis.
Well, you understand that he's also told lies about other things he's done in his past.
Yes.
Well, so that's a pattern of deceitfulness.
In my opinion, it was not sufficient, especially understanding why individuals with autism spectrum disorder lie. It's typically fear-based and driven by their cognitive difficulties, and in my opinion, I saw that in the kinds of lies that he had told in the past.
I gotta do the litter box, so
The second thing you said is that there's some form of
I gotta do this litter box for about 8:30 is litter box time. I try to stay on schedule with things, so let's just do this litter box real quick. I've given Simon his appetite stimulant already. Try to make it because otherwise I get behind. Will that be all for you, sir? Can I interest you in some of our fresh cheese or fresh bread? Catch of the day. You're getting the catch of the day, sir. That's a good one. That's a good one. Tell you what. That's a good one. A little retarded. Don't mind me. Here.
Responsibility. If the people irresponsible behavior.
Pattern of that, yes.
Looking through your report and your 140 pages of notes, you agree with me that he has a pattern of irresponsible behavior leading up to, before, and after this offense.
I did not think that he had a pattern of irresponsible behavior that would qualify for this diagnosis.
Okay, so, I mean, purchasing drugs and narcotics and things and doing that on weekends not irresponsible?
Yes, it is irresponsible, but again, doing that in and of itself,
What?
or even in,
And narcotics and things and doing that on weekends not irresponsible? Purchasing drugs and narcotics and things and doing that on weekends not irresponsible? Saying drugs and narcotics and things and doing that on weekends not irresponsible?
Doing on the weekend? Is he
Saying drugs and narcotics and things and doing that on weekends not irresponsible?
I can't say if he's
Yes, it is
saying
irresponsible,
during the
but again,
week or on the
doing
weekend.
that in and of itself, or even in combination with certain things,
On the weekend,
again,
yeah.
it doesn't meet the criteria for antisocial personality
Okay, on the
disorder.
weekend.
You also said lack of concern. I mean, surely you agree with me that he had lack of concern for Athena.
In the offense, while he was, I think that he was, yes, I will agree with that. But again, it's a persistent pattern, and it's very clear with respect to the diagnosis that these things can't be attributed to some other major mental disorder. And his difficulties with expressing concern and showing concern, in my opinion, are related to his autism.
Now, the last thing on here is some form of, you said, callousness, right?
Yes,
I mean, you'll agree with me that he was extremely callous with the way he treated Athena. I mean, after all, I mean, he was singing Jingle Bell Rock during this assault while he's screaming at him. You'll agree with me that that's callous, isn't it?
yes.
I mean, doesn't some form of antisocial personality explain why he has such a clear disdain and lack of regard for this child?
In my opinion, no.
Really interesting. Not at
You
all.
relate it to these other conditions.
Yes,
Now, you talked a little bit about, I'm going to get the terminology right, pedophilia disorder, pedophilic disorder, what's the right word?
pedophilia, or either way, pedophilia.
I'm going to use your,
Feel.
I think it's pedophilic disorder in DSM-5, same thing.
if I say one or the other, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And so what evidence did you review in this particular case to make that decision?
He does not have a persistent pattern of a
What?
sexual interest
Oh,
in prepubescent children.
Dude.
Which is what pedophilia is.
really?
What evidence did you review to make that conclusion?
The discovery, information that was sent. Apparently, his cell phone was looked at in terms of what was on there. Of course, information from him, but in and of itself, that would really not be very significant, in my opinion, with respect to the pedophilia. But also, there was no
Weird.
information that I had that indicated that he had any sexual interest in children.
What? Is this real?
Now, you understand those allegations that in his early to mid-20s, he had sex with two 16-year-old girls, correct?
Allegations, yes.
Okay. And one of those, I think you put in your report.
But was it legal in the state?
Something about her being drunk at a party. Is that correct?
It's 16 is not 7 though.
What page are you?
That's what's kind of like.
I'm asking you. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that
Big
him
difference.
telling me about that.
And this comes directly from him. There's no other collateral sources. This is just directly from him.
I believe it was directly from him, yes.
And what I'm going to, let me just guess here. He told you that he didn't know that she was 16. That's what he told you.
The one that he told me about, yes, he did not know that she was 16.
And then I'm gonna venture to guess that
Did he, though?
he's telling you he didn't do it and that he has, he's a good guy in this scenario, correct?
He didn't say he was the good guy in this scenario.
Well, he said he didn't do it, right?
Yes,
And that when he found out about it, he immediately distanced himself from the situation and didn't want any part of it. That's what he told you.
can you be more specific?
He said that he got real mad about it.
I mean, his reaction was inappropriate. It was very, I think, typical of the way in which he overreacts to situations.
I mean, did you ask him if he had sex with these two 16-year-old girls?
Yes, I believe that I did.
He denied it.
He told me about one of them, and he denied that he had. He said that she told him that she was 16, and he became really inappropriately irate. And as is typical of his thinking, he had not thought she was 16 because someone had sold her cigarettes, and you're not supposed to sell someone cigarettes under the age of 18.
That was his,
Correct.
what he told you.
Yes.
He didn't tell you that he knew her as far back as the 7th grade, did he?
No. Oh, he didn't tell me that. There were two, but no, he didn't mention that.
Didn't mention that to you. You know, there's testimony, and I think you reviewed this as part of your deal, about the allegations of the two victims in this case that were 16 at the time.
My
Did you
deal?
review that in your appendix? I'm sorry, in your appendix.
Yes,
You reviewed that information?
yes.
And he didn't tell you that one of the victims he's known since she was in the 7th grade,
He did not.
that he would have known that she was 16.
He did not tell me that.
Your Honor, can we clarify as to which person the state is asking about? If there are two, we need to differentiate between which allegation he's referring.
I'll let you do that on regret if you wish.
So, do you think if he indeed is having sex with 16-year-olds in his 20s, is that a problem for you?
Are you asking me if it's a moral problem, or if I think it's compatible with all of the information that I have?
What I'm asking you is this, is that, you said that some form of pedophile disorder has to be with what kind of children?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, or I think I know what you're saying. That's not pedophilia.
Right, it's older. Pedophilia is young kids, like the 7-year-old.
Does gratifying himself on a 7-year-old child, that screams pedophilia?
Yeah.
No,
What?
it's
Oh,
disgusting.
there has to be a
but
pattern.
it's not pedophilia.
Is that what she's saying?
Again, there has to be a persistent pattern
Dude,
of
don't
sexual
know, man.
arousal to children, behavior to children.
Why did they find any on his? He could have deleted, but they
Did you read the DNA reports in this
what
case?
phone did he have? He have an
I
iPhone?
know there was DNA.
And you know where it was found in Athena, right?
Yeah, but
Not
that
in
doesn't mean he
Athena,
had
it
a
was any
pattern with it,
DNA
though.
found in Athena.
Is what she's saying.
You didn't read that they found DNA both in her vagina and her anus?
Oh,
No, I did not.
Objection, Your Honor, give me approach.
oh man. That's kind of crazy. They found his DNA in her vagina and inside of her anus. Holy shit, I didn't know that part. What the fuck? God dang. God, what the fuck is that shit? Prosecution just like want to remind the jury or what?
Take it. You have to see.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sidebar, yeah, you can't do that,
So
bro.
I guess what I'm trying to clarify here, because you say it only happened just the one time, that doesn't relate to pedophilia disorder.
Exactly.
That doesn't in any way meet criteria for pedophilic disorder.
Did you review any testimony or interview the defendant's girlfriend? Mother of his child?
There was a deposition
Whoa.
that I did review, yes.
And, wouldn't it be important to talk to her about what Mr. Warner's sexual interests were to making a determination as to whether or not he was into prepubescent children?
I did speak with her.
Okay, and what did she tell you about that?
She told me that they had a normal sex life and that, that there was no interest in children. that she was in any way aware of.
Then why does his mom say what she does? I know how you are. When she was like talking about if she died on her own or not. And why did he need his mom to watch his kid so he wouldn't hurt it?
You indicate that
At
you
that
talked about
time,
difficulty
Madonna.
in planning, and I think you also said you had difficulty linking actions to consequences. Is that right? That's what's in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And then he had impaired moral reason.
Yes,
But I think we've already talked about, he knew enough about linking actions to consequences to cover up the camera on the day of the murder, right?
yes,
And he knew enough about linking actions to consequences to cover up the inside camera when he was going to sexually assault.
I'm not sure why he covered up the camera at that point, but he did.
I mean, objectively, the inside camera, when he covers it up, prevented us from seeing exactly what he was doing, correct?
Yes,
So that's actions and consequences.
could be, I mean, but yeah, he covered up the camera before assaulting her.
Same with him cleaning up actions, right? That's actions and consequences.
Yes,
So he understands that. Now, when we talked about, I think you said that there's something, I think you used the term moral reason. Did you use that term? I feel like you did.
I may have.
Okay. And, I mean, moral reasoning, you've already told us, he has enough moral reasoning to understand it's wrong to do what he did.
Yes,
And what he did was incorrect. That was wrong. He knew how to moral reason.
yes,
And when it came to his knowledge of what was
wait.
wrong,
Oh, which fucking trash truck is that? Sweet, I don't think it's came yet. That's crazy. I need to get out there though, huh? Damn, I do need to take the trash out early. So here's what I'm gonna do. I gotta go do this other litter box real fast. So I can at least take that litter out with me as I take the trash out. Okay, you guys, it's not time to eat yet. No, biddies. No. No, Sweetie. No, Sawyer. No. Damn it. Shit. Holy motherfucking shit, man. Trash day really throws everything off, man. Not mine. I think it's my least favorite day of the week is trash day. Because the cats don't understand trash day. All they know is where the hell is the food at. Dude, you normally put the food down before you do that, but there's no food here. Where is our food? Oh, you knocked the... Bro, what are you doing? Ow. Oh, just the top of my head. Right there. And right here. I hit it right here. Pop! I said pop ski. Ooh. Oh, man, gosh. So you're already, guys, dude. I need a break from fucking doing squats like that. Just get back, Dude, that's a bigger catch of the day than Simon. Are you guys proud of me? Are you guys proud of what I do here? I gotta take this trash out, but Simon wants to eat some more, right? No. Right now, huh, Simon? Yeah, let's play Simon now. That's the time. Because... Go. Okay. gotta take care of the leaks. That's to get that out to the street. They're much more attentive before eating, aren't they?
To sexually assault children. What did he tell you that he did the night after the offense to prove that he wasn't into children? What did he do?
He had sex with his fiancee.
So, what page of your report is that on?
It wouldn't be in my report because I didn't have a section on the offense itself.
Now, just asking you, you didn't feel like it was important to have a section in your report on actually what he did to commit the offense?
It wasn't indicated as part of what I needed to do for a report.
So, in your notes, if I remember correctly, you're referring to number 10 in your notes. I think it's towards the back, man. On our little tabs there. Am I right?
Yes,
And it says here that this is in the same conversation, that night he had sex with his girlfriend, I won't use her name, just to prove he wasn't into kids. That's what he told you.
yes. Well, I don't know those were his words. I was pressing him to find out more about any prior interest in kids, and that was something that he told me.
Right. So he had, according to him, plenty of energy after committing his offense to go home and do that.
He had sex with his fiancee, according to him.
God,
Now,
what the
we
fuck?
talked a little bit about some of the interrogations. I'm going to go into that just a little bit here. You listened to the report in which where he was re-interviewed by his own request by the ranger. Is that correct?
Yes,
That was 5 days after he'd been arrested.
yes.
And what I'm getting at here is that at no point during that time did he express any issues with problem solving, moral reasoning, or any of the things you're talking about when he's trying to cut a deal to get out of jail.
Like, dude, I'm just trying to think of him being his ex and like knowing that dude, knowing that he came home and did that, like knowing, dude, she's probably scarred for life, man, from just that plus all the other shit.
Cut a deal?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
meaning that he went to them and he said,
Oh, I see.
let me out and I'll tell you what you want to know, essentially. But I want to see my kid for Christmas. He was fully aware of what he was doing at that point. He didn't have any problems with impulsivity, problem solving, or any of that when he's trying to cut that deal.
Clearly problem solving. I mean, there was absolutely no way that someone who had just done what he did was going to get out on Christmas furlough.
He sure thought he could.
That's the whole problem. Yeah, I mean, his ability to think through in a reasoned way is really impaired.
Now, despite all of this, despite everything that's gone on, despite murder, sexual assault, all that's gone on, I want you to go to page 29 of your report. The top of the page. What did he tell you about how good he slept his first night in jail?
He said it was his first night of good sleep in over a year.
So would you agree with me? It sounds like his conscience was clear at that point. He could sleep well.
No, not necessarily.
Now, the conditions and the diagnoses you've made in this case, I think you said are permanent, right?
What do you mean?
The
Permanent? Autism is, yes, it is a permanent condition.
And all this other stuff you're talking about, the diagnosis you made, these are all, these seem to be permanent conditions according to you.
the autism spectrum disorder, the neurodevelopmental disorder associated with fetal alcohol, yes. Major depressive disorder is episodic, and with treatment
I'll be right back. I
improves
gotta
or
do the
even
pills.
resolves, but you would increase risk for further depressions. PTSD
Look
is
at you,
chronic,
watch
will
me.
wax and wane his symptoms. Obviously, the substance use is an issue, you know.
Hey,
Stop it. Disorder, that's likely common, and you see evidence of that in stress.
So essentially what you're saying is the same person who committed these acts is the same person who's sitting here today.
Yes.
Now, talk a little bit about malingering yesterday. Malingering, you'll agree with me, is essentially lying about some things to achieve some type of benefit, right?
Yes, or exaggerating things, yes.
And I'm sure you go over when you do these interviews with someone, the importance of the person you're interviewing telling you the truth and not malingering. You go over that with them, don't you?
Not specifically, because I really want to understand what they're going to tell me without giving them warnings.
And I'm not going to go into all of this, but you knew when you walked into this interview that the defendant in this case had created a multitude of falsehoods and a multitude of stories about how all this worked. You knew that walking into this.
When I first came into the interview, I don't believe that I can't remember what I actually had reviewed, the extent of what I had gotten to review, but I wasn't fully aware of all of the lies.
Well, you know now.
Yes.
Right, the full extent of it. And you knew some of it, right, walking in the door to meet him for the first time.
I knew some of what he had said. I wanted to assess for myself what was lies and what was related to other things.
And again, you put it in your report and you concluded that he wasn't malingering. That's what you concluded.
Yes.
That's despite the fact that you knew walking in and after that he lied to you directly.
Malingering, in terms of the information that I received and the overall evaluation, I do not believe that he was malingering his deficits, his mental disorders. There was plenty of collaboration for that. Do I believe that he lied at times? Absolutely.
So, but when he feeds you this story about him doing coke, right?
When he told me the story,
Yeah,
yes.
when he told you that, and Athena seeing him, you think that's the truth.
Yes, because it fit with the other information that I had had, and with collateral sources too, as opposed to these other things that he had said that didn't make any sense, really.
Well, it fit his narrative as to why he covered up the camera, correct?
What do you mean it fit it? Well, it made sense that that's why he covered up the camera.
Yeah. It made to you where it explained why he covered up the camera. This new story about this.
Yes.
That's what I mean by fit his narrative. It made sense with the story he's already told.
Along with other things, yes.
Right. Well, but the other things are things outside of that. It has nothing to do with the vehicle, the truck, if anything happened that day, because you said that report of him doing coke, the only place it came from was him.
Yes,
And the only place that story about Athena seeing him doing that is only from him.
that's right.
So you don't even know if that's not another lie, do you?
No,
And it's a good chance it could be just another lie like everything else.
in my opinion, it's not.
So despite all the other massive amounts of untruth, you grab this story and say it's true.
I think that's a little bit of an oversimplification. After all that I reviewed, after spending many hours with him and talking with other people too, I think that that is the more, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I think that that is actually what happened.
You really don't know, do you? You don't know. I mean, it's coming from the defense.
With 100% certainty, no.
So let's talk about this. You asked him at some point what he did to murder Athena, did you not?
Yes.
And again, you said you didn't put that in your report.
No.
You have to go to your notes to find out.
There, it's in my notes, yes.
All right. And I want you to go to the little section on there, I think it has a green tab on it, there's several things in that area I want to ask you about. The bottom of that first page has got a little star next to it where it says, "She saw me doing cocaine." That's the beginning of him telling you that story, correct?
No, I think earlier on that page, it indicates that there was he put the sticker in front of the camera so she couldn't see it. I guess that's his boss or whatever. Did coke outside the truck to avoid the camera. And then at the bottom, yes.
And, I mean, you look at these videos, you don't see him doing coke on any of these videos, do you?
No.
Now, what did he tell you specifically that he did? I think you've already talked a little bit about him trying to strangle her or what have you. What else did he tell you he did to murder Athena?
Give me a minute.
I think if you go to number 6.
I think I have them in my notes too. It's more than one page, so I want to make sure that.
Just to clarify,
No, I have the same notes. I'm hoping that you copy them exactly.
I got that divvied out now.
Okay.
The baby oil.
Number 6. It's not the green. Number 6. I don't see a 6. I'm sorry.
well, at the bottom of one,
The oil of the babies.
what does it tell you that he did? Murder.
How did they get the oil out of the babies, dude? You ever talk about that? Shit, bro.
Okay, he tried to kill her by breaking her neck. Then he choked her. She was still alive after he choked her. You could hear her breathing. He did another line of coke.
I'm going to move you to the bottom of that. Where it says, does it say something like he stopped by her cheek? That was that what that means?
My cats have 3 indoor.
Is that the words?
Or creek.
Stop by creek.
3 indoor.
Sure.
Could be cheek.
I don't think so. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Stop by creek, and he didn't use this term, I did. Physical blows to the head with his fist and feet.
Okay.
Many different outdoor
He
cats,
told
so.
you that he used physical blows, whatever his description was, with his fists and his feet
Yes,
to him.
yes.
So what specifically did he say he did with his fists?
I don't know. I don't recall.
I mean, you understand, this is the first time he's mentioned and admitted to using his fists and his feet.
I don't know about that.
I mean, you read all the documentation, right?
Yes,
Do you find it anywhere else in there besides right here?
no.
So with that, did you ask him what he did with his fists?
I don't think I needed to. I don't know if I did or not.
And it's not, you don't think it's important to know what exactly he did with his fists to beat somebody to death?
No, I don't.
I mean, you're making an assessment of all of this stuff and giving us a report, but what he actually did in the offense, I mean, are you telling us that's not important?
I think there's sufficient information to know what he did in the offense.
We know what he lied about doing in the offense, right?
In terms of the interrogation and these other things you mentioned, yes.
But you didn't ask him, or you don't remember what he said he did with his fists?
He beat her with his fists.
Is that what he said?
Yes, these are my words.
Well, what are his?
I don't recall, but what it came down to is that he beat her with his fists.
Now, what did he say that he did with his feet?
Kicked her.
That's what he said?
Yes.
You've seen the autopsy photos in this case, have you not?
Yes.
Doesn't that explain why we have a thread-like pattern on the face?
That's directly wrong, it calls for speculation, and it's outside of her expertise.
So you kicked her, you beat her. Yeah.
Yes.
You listened to the audio, did you not?
Yes.
You hear the bangs in the audio?
Yes,
Did you ask him about whether or not those multiple repeated bangs are him hitting her with his fist or hitting him with his feet?
He ran
No.
over her
You didn't ask.
with the truck, dude.
And I just want to make sure here that if we didn't, if we didn't have your
I
notes in
watched
this
the whole
case,
trial.
we wouldn't have known that from your report. Is that correct?
that's correct. There is not a section on the offense in the report.
And I think that, he also said, if you flip the page to the next page, he admits at that time where he's talking to you about how he wanted to have the same truck. And why did he say he wanted to have the same truck?
Because, well, there were two things. She had lost control of her bowels, and he vomited after the offense.
And I think he would say, wanted the same truck because there was blood, urine, and feces in the truck. Is that
Yes.
correct? Goes back to what I asked you about planning. That sounds like planning, doesn't it?
What does? The truck, getting the
Keeping
same truck?
Keeping the same truck.
Yes.
Now, let me just ask you this from an objective perspective. Other than him telling you that he did coke, you don't have any objective watching on video to say that that's true, do you?
Objection, has been answered.
Yeah, but do you not have it in his system?
And you witnessed him go back down the same road
They didn't find him
the
soon
next day.
enough,
You watched
probably.
that video, didn't you?
Yes.
And you witnessed him talking to people and
About
finding out what's going on. Right.
Yes.
Cause water
What
soluble.
did he say when you asked him about that?
I didn't ask him about that.
And don't you think that that's relevant to his problem-solving skills?
Not necessarily. I didn't have, number one, I didn't have that. I don't believe I had that at the time that I interviewed him, and I don't think that that's not incompatible with his autism combined with his trauma history.
I mean, doesn't that explain his knowledge of the consequences of his particular act? Driving back through the crime scene?
Oh, I don't know why he drove back through the crime scene.
Oh, you didn't ask?
No,
You said something about his strategic criminal thinking. Is that your word you used yesterday?
I don't remember.
Strategic criminal thinking, does that sound like something you would say?
I don't know.
I wrote it down. But if I use that term, strategic criminal thinking, you would agree with me that prior to the offense, during the offense, and after the offense, including the day after, his criminal thinking is working very well at that time.
I would disagree with that.
I mean, he planned for it. You agree with me with that, correct?
He didn't plan for it over a lengthy period of time. After it happened, he began to, as I said, kind of catastrophize and had very poor problem solving and planning.
Let's talk about sexual assault in this case. You heard him, and I think you mentioned it in here, where he told her to take off her shirt. Did you hear
Yes.
that? You heard him say, take off your clothes.
Yes.
What did he tell you he did with her clothes?
His clothes or her
Her
clothes?
clothes.
I can't remember what he told me he did with with her clothes.
So up until this point, and including with you, he denied doing anything sexual to her multiple times. I
I don't know about multiple times, at least once he denied it.
And now I think if you go to number 7, I think it's number 7. In your notes, you indicate. Sorry about my handwriting on the notes there. And he says to you, I guess it's to explain the reason why she seems like she's gagging, he tells you he's trying to put a pill in her mouth. That's what he tells you.
Yes.
You don't believe that, do you?
Well, I don't believe that's all of what happened.
What do you believe all of what happened?
I believe that he was attempting to have her perform oral sex.
Anything to do with that comes from him again, does it not?
Partly from him, but more from my interpretation of the video and what I heard.
And so, you've told us a couple of times, so this information he gave you about the pill, I think that's only found in your notes, I'm not in.
That's right, there is no section on the actual offense.
says to you in your report, he exposed himself to her,
Yes.
and that he also masturbated as well at the time,
He attempted to,
according to him.
yes.
And when you challenged him with all that and said, hey, I don't believe you, what did he say?
I don't remember exactly what he said in
I
that
should not
moment.
think he's a pedo.
At some point.
How does that?
he-
How does somebody have a
he-
one-off
he-
event like that?
But his thing is, he tried, but he didn't actually do anything.
He couldn't get an erection.
This is a little
What did
nauseating.
you ask to follow up with that?
I don't remember.
Now, you had a little bit, you talked about future danger yesterday. Remember talking about that?
Yes,
I mean, when we talk about prison is really the definition of chaos, isn't it?
it can be.
And prison is really the definition of stress.
It can be. It depends, especially, obviously for a neurotypical person, it would be very stressful.
And change in prison is not determined by the inmates, it's determined by the prison system, correct?
Change,
Any changes as far as location, cellmate, any of that is all determined outside of the inmate's consent.
yes.
And Matt, let me just ask you don't really think that there's no drugs in prison, do you?
No,
And in this particular case, you realize that prison, I think you set offers some structure, they eliminate certain weapons and things like that in prison, right?
yes,
But in this case, you'll agree with me, Mr. Horner, he carries his preferred weapons with him everywhere he goes, doesn't he?
his preferred weapons,
Well, he beat her to death with his fists. Those go with him, don't they?
he will be having his fists with him in prison.
And his other weapon of choice to murder Athena was his feet. Those go with him, don't they?
Yes,
And you don't disagree with me that Mr. Horner has a capacity for extreme violence.
in that situation, that was the only situation that I'm aware of that he exhibited extreme violence.
So he has the capacity for it. He
Yes.
just hasn't seen it yet.
He's gotten
Yes.
fired from jobs and
And he
been
also has the
violent.
capacity to victimize someone sexually, doesn't he?
A child,
A child.
yes.
Potentially 16-year-old girls as well.
I don't know that he victimized 16-year-old girls.
And you agree with me that having sex with a 16-year-old girl and a 23-year-old male is illegal.
Yes,
Now,
Not in
you
Britain.
talked about
Or not in
Mr. Horner's trigger.
in London.
Stress,
It's weird.
chaos, with all the conditions you talked about, right?
yes,
And in this case, his trigger in this case, the end result was a kidnapping and a murder. Correct?
correct.
But you still say you believe he's gonna be prey, not predator.
Yes,
Now, if I'd asked you that question the day before the murder, you'd have said the same thing, right?
yes,
You'd have been wrong.
No.
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper question.
Sustained.
You would have said November 29, 2022, that he was not at a risk of committing violence at that time.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Or a letter answer.
Could you rephrase the question?
On November 29, 2022, the day before the murder, you would have come in and said that he's not a risk to murder someone, correct?
I would say he was at low risk.
Really?
Nobody is at no one is at no risk.
Nobody.
Under
Right.
proper, if you want to call them that, conditions.
Nobody is at no risk.
And you would have never concluded that he sexually violated a child the day before the murder,
That's correct.
because you says he doesn't have these interests.
Correct.
That assessment, if you made that November 29, 2022, would have been incorrect, based on the facts of this case, wouldn't it?
If I made a prediction that he would not sexually assault a child,
Mhm.
yes, that would have been correct.
Same thing with any prediction you would have made about him committing a murder. That would have been incorrect, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to make sure I'm clear with this. The entirety of your report about him catastrophizing, I get that word right again, catastrophizing,
Yes.
is based on the presumption of this single act, him seeing Athena, or Athena seeing him doing coke. The entirety of your assessment is based upon that particular act.
I wouldn't simplify it like that.
Well, let me help you. In this case, anything that has to do with a catastrophe, starts with that one single thing. In this case, his belief, somebody had seen him do it.
And everything else that would follow from that.
But if that act, that what he's telling you, the story he's telling you about her seeing him is untrue, and that is false, then everything below that is also false, correct?
I don't know that everything below that would be false, but it would certainly change things.
The entirety of your theory that he catastrophized, that particular story he told you is untrue, like all the other lies he told you, then the whole thing about catastrophizing, all of that fails as well.
No, not about catastrophizing. No, that is something that he has exhibited long before the offense. So the
But
fact
in
that he
this
does,
case, your theory in this case, though, about what happened on the day of the event is dependent upon that one event.
that set it off.
Now, part of this, and this is where I'm going to finish up now, thank you for coordinating with me here.
Right, so
You know
that
that
event
reported
didn't
several
happen,
places.
what set it off?
Tanner wanted to be famous, didn't he?
Yes,
Wanted to be a rock star.
yes,
And in fact, you said that was he told you it was his only goal in life.
yes.
And I think you said you listened to some jail call. Did you listen to a jail call where he's talking about telling his story to maybe make some money? You listened to that.
To get out of, I think it was, again, completely unrealistic and evidence of extremely poor thinking, irrational,
Wow.
that somehow he would sell his story to get bailed out, get enough money to be bailed out.
So
That
the
was-
story.
Yes, that's what he said on the phone.
Number 11 here. What does he tell you about
The Chris Hansen
what
interview,
he
huh?
thinks his situation is like? It's on number 11. I think he compares it to a movie. Does he not?
He sees himself as,
We're finished with this witness. 10 minutes.
the whole he sees himself as like somebody that they should make a movie about for his act.
Wow, Keith.
And shit. That's,
You and I have sat here shaking our heads, and
yeah.
I'm almost speechless at this, right? Yeah. Your take.
Weird when he wants a movie made about him. Fuck. He really wants them to kill him in there, doesn't he? Alright, we're gonna skip what these people have to say because they're fucking retarded. And I can do
It
that.
wasn't a valid prop. That their main will stay.
Yeah. The present.
Oh, I remember.
Where's Lena?
How much longer are they gonna talk? Oh, you gotta go away. Hey.
Everyone makes.
Something I wanted to ask you about when it comes to, you made some testimony the other day about future danger in prison. We talked a little bit about that. You agree with me that there is some probability that the defendant may commit some acts of violence in prison, right?
Oh, God, dude.
Yes, there's a probability that anyone will commit acts in prison.
Including the defendant.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just very simple questions. We talked a little bit about pedophilia disorder.
Yes,
And you've reviewed some information in relation to that recently, correct?
what information?
You reviewed some information related to your testimony with regard to pedophilic disorder.
I know what pedophilic disorder is.
And that information that you reviewed recently in that case, did it change your opinion as to whether or not you had pedophilic disorder?
No,
Now, let me ask you the last question here that I was getting to before. You still have that page of your note test?
which
Where I have the
page?
number 11 on there, if I
Okay,
correct?
yes,
We're talking about the owner's desire to be famous. What did he tell you and relate this situation to as far as the movie? Would you read that last paragraph on that for us?
wonders if he made a deal with the devil for fame, money, power, like the movie American Satan.
That's what it's from. Read it right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Never heard of it.
Ryan, when you were retained in this case, were you asked to give an opinion on the offense itself?
I don't know what you mean.
When you were retained, were you asked to do an insanity evaluation?
No, that was not what I was retained for.
What was the purpose of your evaluation?
It was a mitigation evaluation.
In the mitigation evaluation, do you focus more on the facts of the offense or the history of the person you're evaluating?
The person you're evaluating.
And the facts of the offense are important,
Yes.
but are those things that you would put in your report?
It would depend on what I was asked to put in my report. I mean, in terms of what I was asked to focus on, and if I was asked to not describe the offense in the report, I wouldn't. It's not an insanity evaluation.
And so for this particular case, your focus was on the history of Tanner?
History, yes. Social development, his mental health.
Dr. Ryan, the prosecutor asked you about self-report. And you had mentioned that self-report was important. But do you rely solely on self-report?
No.
How do you verify these things that you are given by the person you're evaluating?
Well, in terms of verification, is it maybe not the correct word, but
Corroborate?
yes.
We'll go with corroborate. How do you corroborate what has been self-reported?
Just within the context of the evaluation itself, to be able to weigh inconsistencies and what they mean, and what they indicate, and how they fit into what I've already determined or am determining about the person's cognitive abilities, their cognitive status, more or less, their emotional abilities, and then to look at the body of information that I've received, see if things essentially line up, and also to talk with other sources of information.
In this particular case, in reviewing all of the records and reviewing all the discovery that you were provided and the almost 20 hours that you spent with Tanner Horner evaluating him, the collateral witnesses that you interviewed, and you interviewed quite a few of them, did all of that line up with the self-report?
Most of it, all of it was important, and that went into my opinion.
The prosecutor asked you about the suicide attempts, and he used the phrase, phoned it in. With these suicide attempts, were they serious attempts?
Yes,
Were they almost successful?
yes.
Does that give you an indication that he phoned it in?
I think they were very serious attempts with an intent to die.
The prosecutor also talked to you about Dr. Benhoff's report and that you did not agree with him on the diagnosis of PTSD. Is it uncommon for different doctors to have different opinions on very specific symptomology?
Well, if the doctors are working with the same body of information, there should be that's called reliability. They should be coming to the same conclusion, but especially in a forensic case, this kind of situation, people have access to different types of information. They may not have met with the person for as long a period of time. They may not have spoken with other collateral sources.
Do symptoms for something such as PTSD, are they present every time you meet with the person you're evaluating?
They're not observable every time.
And so if a person doesn't observe it at that time, does that mean it doesn't exist?
No.
With regards to your report, do you put every detail that you have into the report?
No.
How do you determine what is relevant and what is not?
Well, I think it's important not to cherry pick, for example, and if there's information that goes against my diagnosis, I would indicate why I discounted that, for example. It's important to, I think, in a report that it's very clear why I made the diagnoses that I made and why I came to the conclusions that I came to, why I have the opinions that I do.
And in this case, did you put into your report things that you felt were relevant?
Yes.
Were all the things that you put in your report necessarily helpful to the defense?
No.
Did you feel that it was still important that the jury had that information?
Yes,
So they can make their own determination?
yes.
There was a lot of talk about problem solving. And I want to go back to, what do you mean by problem solving?
Well, problem solving is different for different situations, right? Some problem solving requires very little executive function on the part of the person making the plan or the problem. So if you have a problem, for example, that you spill coffee on your jacket before going to work, doesn't require a whole lot of executive function to go put something else on. More complicated issues require more executive functioning, better judgment, planning, rational thinking, being able to shift from one thing to another. And then, if you are emotionally dysregulated, that compromises your ability to problem solve. So the more complicated, the more upsetting and distressing a situation is, the more impaired potentially someone with Mr. Horner's deficits are going to be.
Well, the prosecutor specifically said, it sounds like he was problem solving when he cleaned his truck. Sounds like he was problem solving when he covered up the camera. Sounds like he was problem solving. Based upon your training, your experience, and everything that we've reviewed in this case, what is your opinion about Tanner's ability to problem solve in that situation?
I think it comes down to what's his ability to problem solve in a reasonable way. And on some level you can say, well, it's reasonable to clean up your crime scene, right? But when you look at the totality of his problem solving, you recognize how poor it is.
In what way?
Well, for example, he was aware that his boss has access to these cameras. That's why he covered up the camera when he snorted cocaine. So it's not good problem solving to think that he's going to get away with this because he cleans out the back of the truck.
You brought up the covering up the cameras. There were a lot of assumptions that were being made about why this may or may have happened. Covering up the cameras. So the question I have is covering up a camera after a kidnapping indicative of planning to kidnap?
No.
Tell me more about that.
Well, I think it's an indication of his poor planning and problem solving. There really wasn't planning involved, right? So if he had planned it, he would, we talked yesterday about the difference between IQ and some of the other deficits that he has. He would not have done this in the way he did if he had planned to kidnap a thief.
The other thing that the state could add was about actions and consequences. Would it make sense to uncover a camera while you're trying to clean up evidence of a crime?
No.
You were also asked about the story of the story of the cocaine and him catastrophizing that incident. And you were specifically asked, do you have any evidence that he was snorting cocaine? My question is, do you have any evidence that he wasn't doing what he said he did?
No.
Which brings up the difference between malingering versus lying. Please explain to the jury what the difference is between malingering and lying.
Well, malingering involves lying, but lying doesn't have to involve malingering. So, in my opinion, the lying that Mr. Horner has done has been consistent with the lying that people with autism spectrum disorder do. It's fear-based, basically to avoid getting into trouble. That's the way I would see it, rather than, well, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, continue.
No, I think
Okay.
it's cognitively driven by his poor problem solving and his difficulties with executive functioning. But fear is a major driver, emotional dysregulation by being afraid.
Do you take into account the deficits that a person exhibits when determining whether they are malingering or lying?
Yes,
And in Tanner's case, did you detect that he was malingering in any way?
no, and malingering has to do with fabricating or grossly exaggerating a disorder, for example, a physical or psychological disorder. So lying isn't the same as malingering. So as I said before, malingerers lie about their disorder, for example, to get into the hospital or to whatever. But you can lie without being a malingerer.
And Dr. Ryan, there was a lot of talk about manipulation.
We gotta feed a little beast sitting here, guys. It's time to feed the beast. He's already jumping up there. See? So you're being so nice. You went up there and now you're coming back. Sorry, sweet. Go this way. Go this way. Hey, you guys, I don't have you. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. No, no, no. No, no, no. Good boy. Good boy. You're hungry. Oh. Come on, don't freak out. Don't freak out. Freak out. Sweetie, come on. Thinking about doing. Thinking about making a run for it. Hey, Mr. Johnson. Ooh, what the hell is that? When y'all threw up right there or something, what happened? What if we put it different way? Oh, we probably could put it that way. Oh, you didn't eat hardly any of your food. So you're gonna be in there for a long while this morning. Unfortunately. Yeah, man, you gotta eat at least more than that, twice more. So this keeps breaking. Since this keeps breaking, let me try making it. Maybe that'll help it not do that. There you go. Let's see who's out there. Nobody, no kitties are out there. No kitties. Oh, dang it. Trident's out there. Trident's out there laying in the grass. Hey, Steve, she's kind of hard to see, man. Camouflaged. You gotta eat, man. You got another at least hour and 10 minutes to be in the cage, my man, because you're not eating quickly enough. Unfortunately, it's gotta be like this. Wait, yesterday, how did it work out? Did it work out alright the way we did it? I mean, you go back in there and eat the rest? Remember how well that worked out. Maybe if I move it to the second level, they'll know that I mean business. I don't know why he doesn't eat like you, sweet pea. The crow seemed to be calling his name thought call. The moral of the story, because you think they're talking about you doesn't mean they actually are. Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy. This honey jar, I got it in Austria. Honey stays good forever. It's forest honey. I got it in my travels in Europe, and I just cracked it recently. I noticed it was tipped over. Look, see, it says 12/20/13 on it as expiration, because I've got it in 2012. Your body does expire, but it tipped over and leaked in there and shit. So I cleaned it all up, cleaned it out of the fridge, got the lid on extra tight, and I make sure it stays like that because I ain't got much left of that special stuff. That's that special dark honey. You know, they care about their tea out there. All right.
We're talking about, and so let me back up.
That's aged honey.
The state asked you about antisocial personality
Yes,
and spoke about manipulation and impulsivity, irresponsibility, callousness, things like that. Based upon your evaluation, did Tanner meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
no,
Did he exhibit a pervasive
What would that
pattern
mean?
in this case?
Dude,
no.
And I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury, what do we mean by a pervasive pattern?
A pattern over a period of time. Now, and that's in the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, why you have to have met the criteria for conduct
went,
disorder
like, most of his
prior
life
to the age of 15. Because you would be talking about a persistent pattern over
very few
years
friends.
of behavior that is not only illegal, but is not, defies the rights of others, doesn't take into account the rights of others.
So when we're talking about a pervasive pattern, does that mean that it's a one and done? Or if somebody snaps and they do something, does that qualify in and of itself as being a pervasive pattern?
It's not a one and done, it's not even a five and done. I mean, you have to have a persistent pattern of this kind of behavior across antisocial behavior, across numerous realms, I guess.
Now, with regards to the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality, does one have to fail to conform to societal norms with respect to lawful behaviors?
Yes,
And would that be indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest?
yes,
Did you find that in this case?
no,
Another part of the criteria relates to deceitfulness, such as using aliases
Wait, what was
or
that?
harming others for personal profit or pleasure.
Hey, hold on.
yes,
Conform to societal norms with respect. With regards to the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality, does one have to fail to conform to societal norms with respect to lawful behaviors?
yes,
And would that be indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest?
yes.
What the fuck did somebody, the fucking judge calls to, fuck, dude, this judge pisses me off with this coffee. And he calls right in the microphone. I don't know what the hell she said right there, and it threw me all off.
With respect to, does one have to fail to conform to societal norms?
What is that? Conform to something law.
Does one have to fail to conform to societal norms with respect to lawful behaviors?
Yes,
And would that be indicated
Societal norms with lawful behavior. Okay.
by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest?
yes,
Did you find that in this case?
Okay.
no,
Another part of the criteria that relates to deceitfulness, such as using aliases or conning others for personal profit or pleasure.
no,
Did you find that in this case?
no,
With regards to impulsivity.
Just
and failure to
aliases. Hey,
plan.
but does that count with social
Is that
media
something-
though? You know what I mean? Would that count with a channel if you don't give your full name? Because what the fuck you saying, lady? You like that's in real life. You're acting like you're somebody else, right? I don't like you're actually like acting like you have a different life than you actually do. And there are people out there that do that type of lying. They just make up their entire life to people.
Thing that was present in this incident.
yes, and he has been impulsive in the past too.
We talk about irritability and aggression indicated by repeated fights or assaults. Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner meets that criteria in this case?
Yes, and he doesn't.
I've gotten in a lot of fights.
What about reckless disregard
over
for
the
the safety of himself or others?
No.
Disregard.
What about consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations?
Again, in the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, those things can't be related to another disorder. He does have the failure to sustain employment, but in my opinion, that's due to his autism spectrum disorder.
What about lack of remorse?
No.
So you mentioned that the criteria for ASPD.
Was that a big one,
It
like
sounds like
remorse?
it can't
with
occur in a
it?
vacuum. That if it can be attributed to something else.
Does he really have
it has to be
remorse,
that something
though?
else as well?
Yes, now you can have both antisocial personality disorder and autism spectrum disorder. Mr. Horner doesn't, in my opinion.
Explain to the jury what is meant by differential diagnosis.
It's the procedure by which physicians, for example, would
By the way, I've never
gradually
been diagnosed with that.
What?
I've never been diagnosed with antisocial whatever disorder. I was just like, whoa, I'm that too. It's like some of these disorders though, man, it's like half of the planet has the symptoms in mild manner. And, I mean, they could say they have that illness. Everybody's diagnosed bipolar, or they were, now it's autism. Like, that's why, like, more and more people are being diagnosed with shit because the pharmaceutical companies are in on it, for one. And if they can get a diagnosis out of your kid, then they can get you to pay your insurance to pay for pills for the next maybe 10 years or maybe their entire life. They'll be putting money into pharmaceutical industry.
they would take into account the symptoms that someone comes in with and then gradually distill it down based on symptoms, lab tests, for example, to what they think is a group of likely diagnoses. For example, if someone comes in with a cough, that could be a lot of different things causing a cough, right? So then the person tells you that they have blood in their sputum. That narrows it down. Could be bronchitis, could be a virus, it could be pneumonia, it could be tuberculosis, it could be cancer. So then you do more interviewing and testing to kind of narrow it down to what you think the diagnosis actually is.
And lastly, Dr. Ryan, the state asked you about the capacity for extreme violence on the part of Mr. Horner. If Mr. Horner were sent to prison, in your opinion, what level of risk of violence would he be assessed?
In my opinion, he'd be assessed as a low risk of violence. I'm not sure what kind of placement he would have based on crime, but in terms of his actual violence risk, it would be low.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further on.
Mr. State, all I'd like to do, Judge, is offer, I think, a market estates 309, the doctor's notes that you've been talking about.
And you're offering it for all purposes?
Yes.
Can you get
One moment.
What happened? Is it over?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 309 will be admitted.
Nothing further.
May Dr. Ryan be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We got next.
She should be in the.
Okay. This is the first one that was listed on y'all's. Okay.
Is it a family member? Is it grandma supposed to testify?
I'm sorry. Okay, that'd be great.
And his baby mama or some shit, I think, is supposed to testify. You know they're gonna be all blurred out. Blueberry, blueberry, banana, blueberry. Alright. Bill. Bill Murray. Classic.
Okay.
I took it back there, didn't I? Don't mention it. Thank me later. Okay, we're now blurry vision. We've now went to blurry vision because so is somebody. Who is this lady? Who is this lady? Who are you, lady? Huh? Who the fuck are you, lady?
It's on the floor of her testimony given this cause, we do not hold reason nothing but the truth, so okay. Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you testify and won't
Who are you, lady?
have discussion. Once you finish testifying, do not discussion testimony with anybody else except for lawyer. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Gomes?
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you again. The purpose of this hearing, I'm going to stop you a little bit. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Ken Horn?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
About 5 or 6 years.
And how do you know him?
We met through one of his ex-girlfriends at a place I used to work at.
Okay. And so you mentioned maybe one of his ex-girlfriends. Were you familiar with Tanner's relationships?
Yes.
And what type of girlfriend did you gravitate toward?
Very controlling women who treated him badly, I guess would be the most polite way to say it.
Would you consider Tanner to be a leader or a follower?
He would follow her.
Why?
He's more just to go with the flow, not one to always just sit there and take control. It's easier just to go along with the flow, to go against it.
And did you have an opportunity to see Tanner in social settings? And so how
He more kept to himself. He had the social anxiety, so he would go into himself. He would get really quiet, and he would just lack some certain social skills. So he would just keep to himself a lot of the time.
And in terms of lacking social skills, can you tell us what that looked like?
Just kind of like I was just feeling awkward whenever there's a bunch of people around, and it's kind of like how I am right now. It's kind of just feeling awkward. It's just not sure what to say, not sure how to initiate the conversations and stuff. Not really having a fully outgoing personality. You just don't want to say the wrong thing and just make the wrong people upset.
Yeah, so kind of like being in the spotlight all the time.
Oh yeah.
Now, were you able to observe other people that you didn't pick up on the social awkwardness?
Yes, a lot of people took it the wrong way. They thought that he would come across a lot of people didn't like him at first. They thought that he was just kind of rude and standoffish. But then once they got to actually know him, then they're like, that's just him. You actually have to give him an opportunity to open up, and then you see that he's fine.
What were Tanner's interests?
Definitely music. He loved to play guitar. He liked to sing as well. One of his favorite bands were Linkin Park. He enjoyed video games. He did like reading as well. Mostly talking about movies and music for sure.
Now, in your experience with Tanner, was he ever violent?
No, not at all.
And they made her extra blurry.
Yes. Not many. We shared the very few select friends.
But in your observation, in your opinion, how did he feel about you?
How did he feel about his friends? He absolutely adored his friends. He would do anything for them, and he didn't have some people take advantage of him because of that kindness. He would give somebody the shirt off of his back, but they wouldn't always do the same for him.
Bro, she bringing up shirts, bro.
Now, did he ever...
Mom wants the
went through
shirt.
mental health or felt no
Back.
Yes, me and him talked about mental health a lot.
And, well, as we talked about it, but did you ever observe any behaviors from Tanner that made you think he had mental health or developmental issues?
Yes, whenever it would come to the short attention span with ADHD and with the anxiety as well in high stress situations.
And what, we talk about the short attention span, what, like ADHD?
Oh yeah,
Expand on that a
ADHD.
little bit?
Yes, getting easily distracted, going off on a tangent, and just having your mind running a certain way, so where he would say something you would think it's completely random, but it's just the ADHD mind connects a lot of things really quickly, and it comes across to a lot of people as random, but that's just how.
Did you ever see Tanner panic?
Yes.
What would cause him?
Sometimes his women would push him to a certain point to where it feels like they would just try to make him crazy. One of his exes did something, and we got to see his reaction to it, and he's just grabbing the sides of his head, just trying to calm himself down, but just freaking out.
So that was directed towards himself.
It's mostly directed towards himself. He wouldn't when he was panicking, he wouldn't lash out at people. If anything, people would be trying to calm him down. He would actually like pull himself away.
And you talked about someone doing something intentionally, so but did it have to be something big or intentional?
No, it can be the littlest of things. If let's say he can't find his favorite hat, he'll freak out and he'll just run around until he finds his hat.
And you mentioned his anxiety a couple of times. What sort of things would trigger that?
Really just thinking you did something wrong, if you thought that he said something wrong or upset somebody, if something happened at work, something happened with one of his exes, it varies with everybody.
Did you ever believe that Tanner was depressed?
Yeah.
And why is that?
He's been through a lot, and I've seen him be put through a lot. That would make any normal person depressed. He's been cheated on. He's been let go from jobs. He's dealt with a lot.
And do you know if Tanner on medication?
He wasn't, but that was because he didn't have the resources to start to get on medication. And it's a couple of months before everything happened, he had actually started seeing someone. He had actually started to get on medication. He was on it for about, let's say, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, but he was starting to get on medication.
Do you know anything, or did you see anything that helped with this anxiety depression?
Music definitely helped. Having some sort of outlet, whether it's just writing, reading, something that could seem so simple to somebody else can be the thing that you look forward to the most.
How did Tanner react to fatherhood?
Honestly, words can't describe how excited and proud he was to be a father. He didn't know, in my opinion, he didn't know how bad he wanted to be a father until he
Doesn't
was
matter,
a father.
dude.
And then everything just changed.
So without telling me what he said, did Tanner ever speak to you about his parents?
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about aspiring to be a better parent than his son?
Yes, but but it wasn't a conversation that came up much. It was something that he didn't always like to talk about.
No. In this case, you're aware that Tanner has pled guilty to kidnapping and murdering his.
Yes.
Just one second.
Yes.
He's gonna say don't.
Ma'am, you said you've known Tanner for 5 or 6 years?
Yes.
And what was the situation in which you know him? Y'all hang out? What was the situation?
And do you mean like how I met him?
No, like what did y'all do together?
We would hang out after work with his ex at the time. Sometimes we would go out to the bar and just hang out. And think we've gone out to a festival of time too. And a lot of our work schedules were really conflicting with each other. So sometimes we would hang out at mutual friends as well.
This time that you hang out with him, going out, going to festivals, over that time that you knew him, how many times do you think you actually did that?
I couldn't say.
You don't have an estimate?
I just don't have an exact number.
Was it every single weekend?
No, I don't think so.
Once a month?
I would say maybe every other weekend would be my best guess.
And you said you knew what he pled guilty to. Do you know what he actually did in this case?
Not, I haven't really been following all the articles and videos. I've just been kind of avoiding anything with it. I don't know exactly.
And this would be fine with you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, man.
He doesn't even know what he did, dude. His witnesses are a little retarded.
Lee, Your Honor, can we approach the line? Sure.
So many of them just distanced themselves from it. Didn't want to. I don't want to know.
Fish off. I mean,
Well, how, and so he struggled to tell a joke.
like, if you just tell a joke and like,
Wait, is this a new one? I thought they were going for lunch. When I going to lunch? Oh, come on, man! I gotta eat the new one.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to assist you. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to call you Lee.
Okay.
All right. So, Lee, how did you first meet Tanner?
to a friend.
Okay. And remember where that was at?
And that would be electric company.
How would you describe Tanner?
It was fun. Got along with everybody.
Was there anything unusual about the way Tanner behaved?
He just wasn't good at closing jokes. Just a little different. I don't really know how to describe it. Just
Okay. Just one of the things that you noticed that it's tough to put in words?
right. Yeah, it's just just a little different.
Well, how did he struggled to tell a joke?
Hard.
Like if you just tell a joke and like the timing when you finish it, the laugh or thing, like an awkward pause. It didn't quite finish off. Kind of weird.
We definitely used to be able to say that. Like, if you go back to the 1950s, if a kid was like, "Yeah, he's a little retarded," people would be like, "Oh, okay," and they knew exactly what you meant by it too. You didn't have to explain anything else. Nowadays, we got to put all this explanation on top of it.
Silent, awkwardness.
And did you ever know him to kind of be lacking in common sense sometimes?
Yes.
Now, did you have a chance to actually work with Tanner?
Yes.
Was that at a glass company?
Yes.
And how long have you been in the glass business?
35 years. 33, sir.
What was Tanner's job title at the glass company?
Installer.
And what does that mean? What would the job be?
They would be out there in the job field, residential, installing mirrors, showers, anything that needs to be done on the job site.
And was that like mostly manual labor? Or
Yes, sir.
is there any kind of specialized training or class that's required to do that?
Not to start out, you develop that as you go.
And how long does it typically take someone to learn that trade?
You're always learning, but to go from like a helpers, I hate to say that, to a lead man, usually a year and a half.
And he would have started out as a helper, and a year and a half, you'd expect him to work his way up to lead man?
Yes, sir.
And how was Tanner's work performance?
He a little bit slower than most. He did show up on time. He just was retaining stuff was hard for him.
So retaining
Knowledge.
the knowledge, the skills. How did he get along with his coworkers?
Good.
And what about his supervisors?
Good.
Did you ever, while at work, witness Tanner have an emotional outburst or some sort of unusual reaction?
Yes.
What was that?
He had carried in some equipment. Got sat down. The door got open. It was behind the door. We couldn't find it. Something so simple, but he just kind of lost control. Freaked out. Like he couldn't handle himself. It's kind of like not really screaming, but almost crying and slapped himself in the head and such.
So that was
Right.
directed towards himself.
Yes.
He started hitting himself at work.
Okay. Was it expensive equipment or just?
No, it's just simple stuff. But we just couldn't do the job without it.
And did you also have social interactions with Tanner?
What did he?
Said you
Yeah.
did. And did you also have social interactions?
But we just couldn't do the job without it.
And did you also have social
What?
interactions with Tanner? Said you
Yes.
visited and went to Cowboys. That
Yes.
what is that?
It's just a nightclub.
Okay. And did you have a chance to observe his interactions with people in that social setting?
Yes, sir.
Was that in any way unusual?
Hadn't been, no.
Was it easy for him to make friends? And you said he was a little awkward on jokes. Were there other occupants?
No, it's just, he seemed like he could make friends. He didn't really go inside much. He more or less stayed outside. Smoking cigarettes and such.
sir.
Now, you're aware that he has pled guilty to kidnapping and killing the administration, right?
I can see this.
What is happening, Oliver, bro?
Your own pathways.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir, thank you. Sir,
Yes,
Lee,
Yes, sir.
how long ago was this that you knew Tanner?
Job wise or food wise,
Well, let's start from the very beginning to the last time you saw him.
I would say. No, not 2000, sorry. 2019 is probably when I first met him. Last time I'd seen him would probably be right there around 2021, 22.
And was it during that time that he worked for your business?
Yes, sir.
And how long did he work for your business?
From November 20 to December 21.
And so at that time, he was a helper.
Yes, sir.
This wasn't the first helper you had that didn't get the job and you had to let go.
Oh, no, there's been
Now, with regard to the social interaction, you said this was at a bar.
Yes, sir.
And how frequently would you see him at the bar?
Maybe once every week or two.
Now, at some point, Tanner told you he couldn't go to the bar anymore. Is that right?
He may have, I don't remember.
Did he tell you why he couldn't go to the bar?
I don't remember the conversation.
Did he have an altercation with the bouncer?
Now, he did say
Sustained.
What did Tanner tell you?
he was not allowed.
Well, he's answering the question, but
He was not allowed in that bar he's been in.
Not allowed in that bar.
Sir?
Not allowed in that bar.
Yes.
But you don't remember why he told you why?
No.
That's what I'm sure.
redirect.
I'm sorry, I tried to ask you about Tanner losing the job. Did you have to let him know at some point?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many months into it was?
We told him just because he wasn't catching on, but the homeowner was present when he lost control of himself.
Oh,
And the message that's sent and so forth like that, we just couldn't have that.
Okay. Now, did you get his Christmas bonus that year?
Yes.
And did you really earn it? Or?
We do our best for everybody.
And did you, even after that, did you remain friends with Tanner?
We didn't see each other too much, no, but, we crossed paths sometimes as well.
But that wasn't kind of,
No.
you didn't cut him off because he didn't have a job?
No, sir.
Absolutely.
Mr. State,
No.
I mean, this witness be finally excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. Next witness up on the list.
Yes. We want to make the same.
Okay.
doing another one? Now? That was a fast one. Rapid fire.
Crossfire.
finish with his witness, and then we'll break for lunch, okay?
Hey, buddy.
Come in, please, sir. Raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self Okay, have a seat. There's a rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you testify. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyer. Okay? All right, very good. Sandra?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, how are you doing today?
Okay, thank you.
We have agreed to refer you just as Jason for these proceedings. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right, so Jason, if you'll just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name's Jason. I was a contractor at FedEx.
Okay. Pull the microphone over. Let's see what's still, okay.
Jason, you said that you were a contractor over at FedEx. What does that mean?
I owned a business where I owned delivery trucks that were contracted to FedEx to provide service to them through various zip codes.
Oh, was Tanner Barr one of your employees?
He was.
How long did he work for you at your company?
He was about 5-6 months.
So he wasn't actually a FedEx employee.
You had said that you had a company that contracted with FedEx. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
Yes, so FedEx contracts areas for service providers such as myself to deliver packages to their areas to their customers.
Now, Jason, you had just said that.
Did you know they were doing this
about
shit?
6 months.
Dude.
At some point, was he
No wonder my fucking pills have ended up missing multiple times.
transferred from your company to a different company?
He was.
After he was transferred to this different company, did you still have interactions with him?
There were some, yes.
On the post office, actually.
Of this offense, which company was he with?
He was with the other contractor.
Jason, I want to talk to you a little bit about the routine that FedEx drivers have when they get to their facility. What do you call the facility where they have all of the packages and where they load all the trucks?
We call it the terminal.
The terminal? All right, so I want to talk to you about the terminal. What time do drivers normally arrive at the terminal before the trip?
Typically they arrive between 7 and 7:30 in the morning.
What time do they leave the terminal?
They leave the terminal, depends on the route, depends on the day, but typically they'll leave somewhere around 5.
What time do they leave the terminal to go out on the routes?
Oh, to go on the routes, apologies. The trucks will typically dispatch for that terminal around 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. Do you recall Tanner's, I guess for lack of better words, his work ethic at the time?
He had a solid work ethic.
Did he always show up on time?
He would show up a little bit later than the average driver, but maybe by 20-30 minutes.
So he was consistently late for his job?
I wouldn't consider him late. He's still within the window to dispatch for the day at a decent time.
Would he leave at the same time as the other drivers, or would he leave later?
A little bit later, about 20 minutes later.
Now, Jason, when a driver arrives at the terminal, are his or her trucks already loaded?
They are loaded, yes.
Who loads them?
The loaders employed by FedEx.
How are they loaded?
They're loaded in sequence. We have what's called sequence numbers. So all the packages on the truck usually range in sequence numbers from, say, 1,000 to 8,000. So your first deliveries will be in the 1,000s. Your final deliveries for the day typically are in the 8,000 range.
So how, I know that they're loaded by sequence numbers, but are they grouped in a specific way?
They'll be grouped by their sequence number, which is typically the way the route will run. So you'll have your 1,000s will be your first deliveries, your 2,000s will be your next deliveries, and so on until you get to about the 8,000s.
Do the drivers typically organize their own packages once they've been loaded onto the truck?
Sometimes. The load quality on the trucks can vary, depends on staffing. If the station was having staffing issues, the trucks maybe wouldn't be fully loaded. The drivers would have to step in and just do quality checks to make sure their routes are loaded correctly so they don't have any hiccups along the way.
If a truck is not sufficiently organized, how can that affect how quickly packages would be delivered?
When you're making a delivery, typically you want to know exactly where the package is on every truck. So when you come out of your driver's seat, you enter into the back of the truck to locate the package for your current delivery. You want to know where it is. You don't want to be rifling through the truck. And if that's an all-day thing, you'll never get finished.
Nice and genius.
Jason, to your knowledge, did Tanner organize his own truck?
The trucks are mostly organized, but there are quality checks that you would double check to make sure your stops are in a decent order.
You mentioned the stops. How does a driver know in what order to make these deliveries?
So we used a navigation system called Ground Cloud, and Ground Cloud is synced in with the sequence numbers that I mentioned before. So your 1000s on the package, there's a little label where it has it labeled as say 1000. On Ground Cloud, it'll be labeled as number 1. So number 1, say you have 100 deliveries for the day, your Ground Cloud will show, say 1 through 100.
Does the Ground Cloud app direct the driver on how to get from one stop to the next?
It does.
If a driver veers off that direction, would Ground Cloud be notified?
No.
Would the app know if there was any variance? Let's say he decided to deliver package 5 first before delivering package 3. Would that be noted in the Ground Cloud app?
No.
While on their routes, are the drivers their own bosses?
They pretty much manage their own days, yes.
Well, who's responsible for the time management of these drivers?
That would be myself or other managers.
And while they're on the route, who actually determines how long it takes to get from point A to point B?
The routes, I would time them myself. So I would just go out on these routes and I would deliver it at a normal pace. I'm not running, I'm just walking as if I have somewhere to be. Carefully navigating through the deliveries, for example, like 1 through 100. And that sort of estimate of time would be more or less what we would use to judge whether a driver was way ahead of schedule or way late for the day.
But at the end of the day, is the driver responsible for making sure that all packages get delivered?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens if the driver isn't able to complete his route?
If there's some issues during the day, the driver would notify either myself or management.
Did this happen with Tanner, where he wasn't able to complete his route?
He did have an instance where he wasn't able to complete his route, yes,
Just one?
that I recall.
Was it possible that he had more than one time that he was not able to complete his route?
It's possible.
Jason, when is the peak delivery season for FedEx?
So the peak season would revert to the Christmas holiday season. Peak season usually starts around late November and it runs all the way to pretty much Christmas Eve.
What is the atmosphere like at the terminal during this peak season?
The terminal's a busy place during peak season. The volume almost doubles from the building. Lots of extra loaders, lots of extra trucks, and lots of extra drivers.
So you have extra trucks, extra drivers, extra loaders. It sounds like you have a lot of extra noise as well.
A lot of extra noise, yes. Yes.
During this time period, because it's so busy, can it get overwhelming for a driver if he's just not ready for it?
Absolutely.
Can it get overwhelming for a driver if he is ready for it?
Typically, if the driver is ready for peak season, they'll be okay.
When you have these busy days during peak season, is it preferable for a driver to have a route that he is familiar with or one that is new to him?
Preferable with something they're familiar with.
What's that?
Just route knowledge. You want to know where all the deliveries are. The average vehicle will also see an increase in their volume for the day. So every day is a little bit busier. Route knowledge comes into play. Their areas do shrink during peak season because the volume is so heavy. So they wouldn't normally cover the same amount of mileage that they normally would outside of peak season.
Did the routes change a little bit during peak season?
Yes, they did.
While Tanner was with your company, did he stay on the same route the entire time?
No, not the entire time.
How often was his route changed?
I wouldn't say very often. There would be times to where we would have to rotate routes a little bit. Someone puts in for vacation. Also, flu season comes around, people get sick, so we would have to shuffle the routes around a little bit to make up for that absence.
But for the most part, would you agree that he stayed on the same route?
Yes.
You had mentioned about why it's important to have a route that people know during peak season. Is it important to have a route that you know during non-peak season?
It's comforting to know what you have in front of you every day when you come to work.
When Tanner was transferred to this other service provider, was he kept on the same route that you had him on?
I don't know.
Was he switched to the Paradise route?
Eventually, yes.
Jason, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the difference between an urban delivery route and a rural delivery route. Are they the same?
No, not necessarily. They have their differences for sure. Rural routes usually have less deliveries to make because they have more mileage to cover, whereas urban routes they have less mileage and more density within the route, so they would have more packages to deliver because they have less mileage to cover.
Well, Jason, do you believe that you should put a city driver on a rural route?
No, it wouldn't be advisable, but it does happen.
Why is it not advisable?
That's not what they're used to. There's big differences. You wouldn't want to take a rural driver that doesn't face rush hour traffic and things like that and then place them in, say, a route that's having issues with rush hour and school zones and all of those.
And Jason, the last thing I want to talk to you about is your relationship with Tanner Horner.
Yes.
When Tanner was working for you, did you know at all?
I did. I was there quite frequently, 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. I made sure to touch base with everybody, get to know them, their personal lives. They're driving my vehicle, but it's labeled with another company's name, and it's full of other people's property. So I wanted to get to know the drivers for sure.
During the time that Tanner worked with you, did he talk to you about his life?
He did.
And based upon your interactions with Tanner, and again, without telling us what may have been said, did you get the feeling that he was struggling with things at home?
Financially, yes.
Did you know whether or not he had just become a new father?
I did know that, yes.
Chad, you mentioned the financial difficulties. Did you try to help Tanner with his financial difficulties?
Yes, ma'am. I gave him a loan.
Do you remember how much of a loan you gave him?
I believe I gave him about $1,100 to help him with his family. His living situation. He had car troubles. I just wanted to help him. He needed help. He didn't have anyone else to go to. And he seemed like a good enough person.
Jason, do you remember a time in May of 2022 when Tanner had to take a leave of absence?
I do.
Do you recall how long he was gone?
He was gone for approximately 1 week.
And so that wasn't that due to a medical issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, quickly. All these, it sounds to me like Jason, and just given your statement today that you seem to get to know all your workers, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's true.
And I get the vibe from you, just talking with you today, that you loan money to just about anyone if they need. Am I right?
If they needed help, I was in a position to help them, I would do so.
Right. And I'm betting your employees appreciate that and value that in you as well.
They do.
Now, in this particular case, you only knew Tanner 5 or 6 months, right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, with all the other drivers that are going on, how many other drivers did you have at that time?
At that time, I had close to 20 delivery routes.
You tried as a driver on this.
Yes, sir.
And you probably had a couple of extra to help out.
I do.
And in that particular situation, the routes for all the drivers can change at different times, can't it?
It happens sometimes, yes.
It's not preferred, obviously, but it does happen.
It does happen.
And those drivers, they understand that that's part of working for you and getting paid, is that sometimes I might have to go on a little different route.
Yes, sir.
And also, when they go on these different routes, you talk about peak season. Even during peak season, do you make accommodations to provide help or assistance? In other words, would you yourself actually go out and help one of your drivers?
Yes, I was on the road just as much as the drivers would be.
So even during peak season, drivers during that time, those that are behind, would you have the other ones who may be ahead go help them?
Yes, sir. During peak season, the holiday, Christmas season, we would set up buddy plans. So you would have a route, and the route closest to it would be their buddy. So sometimes I would have to ask the buddy to go help out another route, and otherwise I would be on the road myself.
Right. And during this time, this 5 or 6 months that Tanner worked with you, he was able to do all that, wasn't he?
He was, sir.
He was able to manage the GPS and manage his route, wasn't he?
He was.
And was able to communicate with you when he needed help or additional help delivering packages.
He would have been able to communicate. I don't remember.
All right, I got to do this for Simon and everything for the outdoor kitties. just got done taking a big old bite, so now's my time. Take these two bowls out. I don't know, Fluffy will probably be there by now. Frank's out there. She was out there a minute ago, but she left. We'll see if she came back now. I shall see, I guess. You shall not see. 2 down, 2 to go. Fluffy and Frank. Fed and petted. Check the body condition. Both feel good. I've got a bunch of grease on his face again. I don't know what he's getting into, but it's greasy. Yeah. It's really making him look rough. I probably will hear Shiloh right now. She's so cute. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. Hey. Hey, you. Hey. Sorry. Shayla let me pet her on top of her head because I guess she was still hungry. She wants a little more food, but she'll be alright. That was sweet of her though. Gave her a little top of the head rub. And I left it at that. I didn't want to overdo it. I didn't want my hand to overstay its welcome. Plus, I don't want to get her too used to me patting her at the same time because she needs to stay semi-feral out there. Alright. Another step complete. I can let Simon out. He can put his food up and a little pound here and then twice it. I'm gonna lock up. I'm gonna solitaire. Come on, buddy, Simon. Come on, come on. Come on, gotta hang out together. You gotta eat some more food. Maybe not. He might not actually. I just see soon how Sawyer's looking in there. Also, but
an instance where I would specifically have to go and help him.
take a little
Except
break,
for
a
the
little
one
breather.
day we had to leave early to take care of a personal issue.
Right.
Why not?
But he didn't have any problem.
I'm the boss
Doing all
here.
the things that you needed him to do during that time that he worked.
I did not.
Redirect.
Hey,
Wait, this be finally excused. Any objection?
not from me, Your Honor.
No. Thank you, sir.
So I said I fed 7 cats
Okay,
today.
your lunch is here, and we'll see you at 1:50.
Oh, that's it of it. I didn't know it was any. I fed 7 cats today. 4 outdoor, 3 indoor.
All right, Keith. This last guy looks like a caring person.
Yeah, he seems like just a nice guy, like probably the boss that most people would want, you know.
Some
to
got more
check
food
in,
than
make sure
others.
his employees are happy and that they're content and that they can do their jobs. He says, hey, they're driving my trucks.
Looks like they're going to be back in 6 minutes. Their coverage will continue in 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes actually. But I was behind. I like to do that. I started late, so then I rewound it by like 30 minutes when we first started. So that allowed me to kind of skip through by the bullshit, but a bit of bullshit, a bit of bullshit, baby. Ba 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 ba. Oh. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. This music's uninspiring. Fuck. It's nothing like the Fox music. It's nothing like the Fox music. Do you want to join the Navy? What was it? I can't even think of it now. Get the dick trucks off. Is that how it started? I wonder how much longer it's going to be before they come back to court. When the live coverage resumes. Supreme Court voids majority black congressional district in Louisiana, boosting Republican chances at something. U.S. Supreme Court limits Voting Rights Act in 6-3 ruling. What is this? It just happened 3 minutes ago.
From the U.S. Supreme Court.
A landmark
struck down
decision.
Louisiana's second majority black congressional district, and the impact will likely stretch far beyond that state.
The White House is celebrating the ruling, but it's also being
What's up, baby?
criticized as a major setback for the Voting Rights Act.
Oh,
The decision could
the
open
Voting
the
Rights
door
Act.
for Republican-led states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts that tend to favor Democrats. ABC's Christiana
Yay!
Rivera has the full details.
Do it, do
In a
it.
case with potentially major implications for America's elections,
Yeah,
today
this is
the Supreme
amazing.
Court ruled to limit a key part of the Voting Rights Act. The 6-3 decision fell along ideological lines. The court's conservative
Of
majority
course, all three in dissent are females. Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. And two of them are Sotomayor and Jackson are minority women. Kagan might be a white woman. She looks like a fucking Karen. But we got Roberts, Gorsuch, Alito, Barrett, Thomas, and Kavanaugh. So we got 4 white men and a white woman, and Thomas is always looking mad ass. Black man, yeah, by the way, baby. The black men still know what's up. Some of them.
struck down a Louisiana congressional map that was drawn to address the diluted influence of racial minority voters. Lower courts recognized Louisiana only had 1 majority black voting district of its 6 statewide, despite its voting age population representing more than 1/3 of its state. Those courts then ordered the state to add a 2nd majority black district. Justice Samuel Alito wrote the highest court's opinion issued today and said that process relied explicitly and unconstitutionally on race.
This is a ruling that almost completely constitutionalizes a color blindness principle.
What do you
to
mean?
the point that
Yeah, it should.
even race-conscious remedies designed to remedy racial discrimination are unconstitutional.
Race has long been unconstitutional as a primary tool in drawing congressional maps, but for decades, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was used as a guardrail against attempts to dilute the influence of voters of color. During oral arguments last fall, the justices were critical of that practice continuing indefinitely.
This court's cases in a variety of contexts have said that race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time, but that they should not be indefinite and should have an endpoint.
In her dissent,
Interesting.
Justice Elena Kagan warned if other states follow Louisiana's lead, minority citizens will no longer have an equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Move. I don't know, man. We just it's the state should get to decide that type of shit. I mean, look what California just did with this bullshit. Now all the Republicans in California feel disenfranchised because our vote has been so diluted that it doesn't even fucking matter anymore because they took away all our red districts in the top of California. You seen that shit? All the farmer districts that were massive and the farmers gave the farmers a voice, that's all gone. But the new districting they did because of Texas's districting. They said they were only doing it in Texas. Texas went through it theirs. I'm not sure how that's played out. That's completely solidified already, but penises were involved. I tell you that much. But vagina is more than that. More than the penises. It was the vaginas. They kind of messed our government up the most. The vaginas have, guys. Think about it. Think of what they did. I believe the vaginas did.
TDCJ, but we are going to hear from another inmate at TDCJ.
We are doing better.
Who that
America was
person is,
doing
but that
better
is going to
before
be
we had so many vaginas and
We're
minorities in our
two more
government.
expert witnesses.
But we were doing better, dude.
I'm not
We
sure
were
why the
doing
defense
better.
decided not to call Tanner Warner's brother,
care.
but we are not going to hear from him.
People think that
We are
sounds
still expected at
incorrect.
this point to hear from his grandmother tomorrow and a couple of more witnesses.
Okay.
So yeah, a little surprising, Tanya.
Okay, so for whatever reason, Keith cannot hear Rebecca. So Zeke, I'm going to need you to come out and fix that. And so let me tell you what you just said. So we're not going to hear from the brother for reasons that are now kind of surprising to us. We don't really know why.
What?
We're going to hear from another inmate who's going to testify.
Bro.
And we're going to get Grandma tomorrow. So that's
What?
kind of where we're headed.
Hell.
What do you think about the brother not testifying?
It's interesting. So is that just for today? Or it's not gonna testify?
Rebecca, he's not going to testify at all, right? Did we lose Rebecca?
That sucks.
We lost her. Okay, I think what I got from that was that he was not going to testify. So I'm still kind of like, and when Rebecca says this trial takes twists and turns, well, there's another twist and turn. You know, we've got, of course, just even the original guilty plea, this closed door hearing yesterday.
Let's get in there. Let's get in the other room, guys. What do you say about that?
The judge is going to allow it, and now the brother.
So I can
kept
get my
expecting we were gonna
penis
get
out.
him.
Yeah.
Look here, we're going to get him. We're going to get some other.
I would assume maybe it's
Oh, Simon, come on, bro. I gotta put your food up. So I would appreciate it. Eat whatever else you want. I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and put it up. All right, Broham, see? We didn't eat as much today, but hey, it's okay. We'll get hungry later. I gave you the medicine, so don't worry about it. Brohamski. My little Brohamski. I'll be right with you guys. I gotta take my calcium. Vitamin D, manganese, got copper in there. I don't know what the hell I need that for. I feel like they're using me as a way to get rid of extra copper in the world. Hey, Sweet Pea, I already know what you're about to do because you can see that my hands are completely full. So she's gonna go bolting down the hallway, and I'm just gonna go get her. Don't you do that? You better not. You better not do that. What is she up to in there? She's up to no good. She's up to no good. Let's go see. Don't. Oh, where's Simon? Don't. Where'd she go? Phoebe! Get your butt out of here. That's what my room looks like. Ooh, y'all running into each other. Come on, man. Sweet Pea. Papa. You still haven't eaten all your food, dude. Oh, man, I'm Sawyer. All the other cats have eaten their food. All 6 other cats. Well, let's try to get into it with somebody. At least that lady didn't seem like she wanted her dog to attack him. To attack her, she held her dog back, and she walked a little bit, and the dog lunged again, and she stopped walking. Unlike the other guy who, sorry, it ran back across the street, by the way. But unlike the other guy who, he ran with his dog up to the cats. Like, that was the difference with that dude. It was like kind of weird, but I looked past that. But then once he passed the cats and he saw that they didn't run away yet, and he tried to pull his dog towards them, that's how I knew for sure he was an asshole. I haven't seen him since then, dude. He probably walks a different way now. But that girl, she was walking her dog just now, and Shiloh was right here in the grass, right on the other side of the window, but I didn't see Trident. And she was stopped right there with her dog, both staring that way. And I figured Trident was probably over there because the dog was just staring, she was just staring, and I didn't see her. And sure enough, like the girl like walked a little bit with her dog again and stopped. And then the dog started acting kind of crazy again. And I see Trident bolt across the street. So that's the difference. That's how that dude should have reacted, instead of running with his dogs to run up to the cats. That's a huge difference in how that could have been handled. She was probably a 20-year-old girl, woman, and he was probably a 60-year-old man. You tell me you can't hold your dog back? Dude's dog looks just as old as him in dog years. So I think he wanted that to happen that day, dude. I really do. Just seeing how different she handled it right there was really interesting. So you're alright. Oh my God! Why can't you just eat all of it when you eat it, huh? Why Why can't it? Sweet pea? No, 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 no. You got like another 30 grams. You're still eating less than sweet pea. Can we, come on, man. We really need to get your food up. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give. Alright, I'll leave this out. And we'll give it to him later. But I'm gonna give her True Retreat at the same time that I give him that later. I'm gonna put True Retreat on top of it for him too. Oh sweet, trash is getting picked up right now. Watch out, Sam. Watch out. By the way, no, you gotta. I need to wash your ear off first, bro. Go get more food now, buddy. Go in there. Simon. No. Simon, go in. Come on, Simon. Sleepy. You're getting kind of reckless, okay? Let me guess, you're gonna want to jump right down. Well, hello there. Let's see if they've started court again yet.
Cellmate or another inmate that's been around Tanner?
Yeah, I want to hear what this guy's got to say. He was fucking weird, man. We all wanted to kick his ass just because he was an idiot. Oh.
Suspect that it's going to go to the jury.
Come on, man. Is it? Are they still not? I don't think they're doing it. It's live now, and
Over stuff, you know, and I
they're
probably
still talking.
say you need to have witnesses that are conceding the issues that they get to concede, because the more witnesses you call, the more the jurors are going to get tired of hearing it. And really, like, the stuff that rubs off on one witness is going to rub off on the others. Hey, if I don't believe you're expert, I'm not going to believe any of your experts now. And that's what you want to avoid. But if you keep dragging them on, you keep questioning, you keep making these jurors listen to this stuff, you're going to lose your jury.
Well,
they might have already lost their jury.
Well, based on what you're saying, Rebecca, it sounds like they've already lost them.
These people want so badly for them to lose and
The jury, I was actually taking a look.
I think it's
at
because they know that their viewer base wants that so badly.
But I was looking at the makeup of this jury, and the ones that I feel like have already made up their mind are a little bit older, and they are just kind of staring ahead. A couple of them
Helps
are
their
taking
echo
notes.
chamber.
I mean, maybe 4 or 5 of them are still taking some notes. But there's at least one young man and a young woman, and they wear their emotions on their sleeves. You can tell what they are feeling, and they were almost eye-rolling.
I wish they would hurry up and get in there, man.
Testimony of that last witness, who seemed to have some sort of excuse or disorder for every single thing that Tanner Horner did, you know, to excuse his behavior. You know, the fact that he didn't really pre-plan it, or it was maybe it was a last-minute decision, but it was a poor decision, and there was like everything that he did. It was clear he has a history of just not, like it wasn't just Athena, it wasn't one off. There are 2 other women that he is indicted for that were 16 years old when he was in his 20s that he had sex with, allegedly, according to them. There's an indictment. But I mean, there's just a pile of history regarding him and his behavior. And so the fact that then this witness got up there and tried to excuse away every single bad thing that he did, I really feel like they lost the majority of this jury on that witness.
Well, and I want to bring Keith in, but let me say one thing real quick. To tell us that she believes that the reason he covered up initially that front-facing camera was because of cocaine. First of all, that doesn't make any sense. Is that camera facing to the front? How is that going to see cocaine if you're doing cocaine? And then you clearly covers up the dash camera because Athena's in there. I mean, come on. Like, she was trying to ask us to believe stuff that didn't make sense. I don't know if anybody's heard the term Occam's razor, right? But if you've got to, it's this whole concept in philosophy. If you got to make too many leaps of logic, then it doesn't make sense. And so that didn't make sense. So I want to hear from you, Keith.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that she lost all of her credibility because she could not concede the things that she needed to concede. And I think that is one of those things that jurors just, okay, at this point, I'm just tuning you out. And like I said, I think that the points that maybe she would have made and maybe that could have resonated with this jury from yesterday, I think that they saw exactly what she was today.
Can I use an earpiece, mic bud?
Really defied a lot of logic. You're asking the jurors to check their common sense at the door. You're asking the jurors to not go with their own logical beliefs.
Work better.
And everything. And then, one thing that she testified, she wouldn't even concede that these 16-year-olds were sexually assaulted. These 2 girls came forward and they testified to what happened, and she couldn't even concede that would happen. And I think, as she says, her defense of that was, well, Tanner didn't know their ages or didn't know one of the girls' ages. And I mean, that's pretty, insulting for a jury that says, hey, we watched these girls get emotional, we watched them testify, we heard what they had to go through. And you're going to just disregard it to say because you believe Tanner, this guy that's lied in every which way that's benefited him, and that you can't even acknowledge that. And I think that again, is where she probably lost all credibility, or a part of where she lost all credibility with this jury.
Yeah.
Well, and also, she talks about how in her notes, which she did not present in her report, but they did get them into evidence, so the jury's going to be able to go through those notes now. She basically also wrote down that one of the victims had been drinking. It's almost okay, you're blaming the victims, you're not believing the victims, you choose to believe a child killer over these 2 women. And then the other thing that I thought was interesting is well, it didn't, his reasoning is off because why else would he have uncovered the camera while he's cleaning up the crime scene? But remember, he's trying to convince people that he had a bad hamburger or whatever and that he threw up in the back. So yeah, you're going to show yourself clean that up because then, you're going to tell your boss, well, yeah, that was me after I threw up and then I cleaned everything up. He had a reason why he would have done that as well. And so the fact that she stood up there and testified that the reason that it doesn't make any sense that he uncovered the camera while he's cleaning up the crime scene. But he's telling them that he's cleaning up because he threw up because he had a bad hamburger. The jury's going to remember that.
I think so too. What do you think, Keith?
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, again, she's asking for things that just are telling you to check your common sense and to defy logic, defy what you've already seen testified to defy what you've watched with your eyes. She's just saying, no, what you're seeing is not really what happened. I mean, this is why he did this. And again, I think outside of her scope of that she should be testifying to as an expert, and then just doesn't make any sense to just us as common sense human beings.
Right. It almost seems like she had spent so much time with Tanner Horner that she developed sympathy for him.
Right.
I'm just like, didn't she say, did I get this correctly, that she spent like 18 and a half hours with him?
Right.
That's a long time. That's a long time to spend with somebody. I mean, I'm thinking about the average story I do, right? And there's a lot of people that I do stories on, true victims, right? Real victims. and I don't typically do not spend 18 and a half hours with them. That's a long time. And it just felt like she would believe what he was saying, and even when he lied, would have an excuse about why he lied. And I don't know. I struggled with her testimony, yesterday, Bree and I
Dude, what the hell? Can we start court again already?
Okay, this is, okay, maybe. And then today it was just like, whoa, I just can't go there. I mean, it's
yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the second time that I've heard her testify, so I already knew what was coming a little bit, that she wanted to have her testimony dismantled. I remember telling you guys that yesterday, I heard her when they were doing the court order of these witnesses before the jury, what got into the courtroom those 3 days of hearings that we had. And she was the same way then. That's when I said, I think that's why I thought she was going to go last, because she was the most sympathetic, and we had heard that she was going to be there a witness because she was the one that was, kinder, or I guess more sympathetic to Tanner Horner. But the prosecution was going to, hone in on, but he's a liar, and you're believing a liar, and he's conniving and he's manipulative, and so you're not gonna. You're going to dismantle her testimony, and I knew that was coming, but I was even a little bit surprised at just how hour and a half worth of cross-examination, just completely destroying her credibility, I think, in front of this jury.
I agree. I mean, he definitely did that. And again, I think that, it's one thing to be empathetic. You ask about the 18 hours with this guy. I guess if you're getting $700 an hour, that might make you hang around a little bit longer.
That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
I'd like to know, $700 an hour, that's like corporate attorney money.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the citizens of Wise County are paying all of that. And I can tell you this right now, Tanya, this defense has gone well over $500,000, probably closer to $1 million. And those records will be unsealed once this trial is over. But it is the citizens of Wise County that are paying for all these defense experts and all of the testing.
All right, Rebecca, we're going to let you go because we're starting to get sound from that courtroom, and they've got that door open, like Tanner's Corner is going to be brought back out. So thanks for calling us. I'm glad we were able to make it work.
Yeah, I see that.
Well,
looks like they were bringing one of the inmates, so this witness in. So
oh, okay.
That's who's going to testify.
All right. We shall see. Oh, yeah, he's got a jail suit on. You can see that jumpsuit.
What?
That's what it looks like to me, like a red jumpsuit. Interesting.
Oh.
That's a lot of money. I mean, I understand you gotta put up a defense, but $700 an hour seemed extraordinary, like a lot of money to me.
Well, when she said $500,000 and so
I've never even seen $700
20% of their budget.
person.
The defense is $500,000.
Only on the movies.
$100,000 just to her. That's
so much money.
20% of the whole defense is going to
700.
That's huge. I found that. I mean, again, that's more than a lot of. That's like corporate attorney money.
I can't even imagine having
most
that much
most
money
criminal defense attorneys I know do not make $700 an hour, not even close to it.
700.
I mean, would you? I mean,
I would agree with you.
I'm not asking you what you make, but I know
$700 in my pocket,
I know that is not the normal going rate for criminal
I'd
defense
figure it
attorneys
out,
around here.
you know.
Even the best ones.
Right.
I'd be Warren Buffett before you know it.
I'm not saying there's nobody that charges that. I'm sure there are some of the. Like really, like I'm trying to think like a national case or something, but
I mean, that's a lot though.
And then the kind of testimony you ultimately get. I want to ask you. Somebody asked me. They wanted to know how is it legal for the expert to withhold like so much info from her report.
Well, the expert could say that she didn't find it relevant, like what this one did, or that she didn't find it necessary for her report. But again, that's the $1 million question. How does this get left out? How does this not make it to your report? This is so big. So, there's not an obligation if she says that she didn't find it relevant, but it definitely causes you to wonder what her motivation was and why she wrote the report she did to leave out such important, crucial information.
Exactly. Okay, Zeke, you can take our mics down because
Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea's laid in my lap. Isn't she so sweet? She's a sweet. A sweet baby girl. 2 years old, you're still like a 21-year-old, huh? She's like a college girl. That's why it upsets me when I hear like him beating up on her in here, because I know he's getting bigger and stronger than her. So I gotta protect her.
I want to make a secret. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Gold.
This is his cellmate from some back in the day.
Good afternoon, Maris. For this purpose of hearing, I'm just going to call you. So that one, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming in.
Yes, sir.
To start with, you are a convicted felon,
Yes, sir.
and your charges include small family member, eating, breathing, engaged in organized crime, escape while arrested or confined, selling to ID a fugitive, intent to give false info, prohibited substances or items in a correctional facility, and theft of property. Correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet Tanner?
I first met Tanner in May of 2025.
And what was your first impression?
Man, it's a cool little white dude. Like, that was my first impression. Like we used to sit there and just talk about cartoons all day. That's all we do. We sit there and talk about anime all day. I just thought he was just cool, man. It's a cool vibe just to get the stress off of doing back there 24 hours confined in this cell. You give a dude a laugh.
And
okay, hang
when
on.
you first...
Hang on. I need you to enunciate a little better because the court reporter's having a hard time understanding what you're saying. Okay?
I mean, I just thought he was a cool gentleman.
Yes.
Like, good.
Hold on. Let him ask you a question.
Let me just clarify what we've already gone over. He said he was a cool little white dude.
Yep.
And you all talk anime and cartoons, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything kind of different or unusual about him when you first saw him?
I mean, like he just didn't get what was going on around him. Like, he just like get it.
He didn't get what was going on around him?
Yeah.
Mr. Gold, I'll let you lead if you need to.
Thank you, sir. So, did you, we talked to some other witnesses, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. Did you see any kind of physical reactions to him being in a new place?
Just speaking from my past experience of being around men in jail, I don't think he gonna be people to take advantage of Tanner if he don't know no better.
Yeah, people will take advantage of him. Okay. And let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit. You spent already a big chunk of time in prison, right?
Yes, I spent 13 years flat in prison, day for day.
13 years flat.
Yes,
and you've got, you signed already for another how many years?
7 years.
When Tanner found out that you were about to head out, how did he react?
Like, bro, really was like, you could see it in his face. It was like, bro, you gonna leave me? Like, it's like, you know, like how your puppy look?
Yeah.
Like, or like, just like somebody you just lost your friend. Like, he looked at me like, bro, you gonna leave me? And like, we had a long talk that day, and I was just like, really, like, what I call gaming him up, really just talking to him, like, hey, bro,
just be secluded in yourself. Don't worry about what's going on around you, man. Just stay.
What does gaming to me?
Which is like just really just I be talking in my slang. So like gaming them up, really just talking to them, give them some knowledge. There's some news you can use. What news you can use? Like, hey man, just stay doing what you're doing. Stay getting on your tablet, man. Stay zoning stuff out.
So you're giving him news he can use and getting him ready for when he goes to prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you said you're afraid that people might take advantage of him. Is there anything about, how does Tanner deal with like social cues and interactions with people?
Like, honestly, when he deal with social cues, like, he'll come to the door and be like, hey, what is they trying to? And I have to tell him, like, hey, bro, like, just sit down, you doing, you know what I'm saying? Just stay out the way. Like, that don't mean you no good, that don't mean you no harm. They taking advantage of your kindness.
Okay. So he would have to ask you what's going on, how people were treating him, and you explained when they were taking advantage of him.
Yeah.
What about, let's talk to you about how, has anyone at the jail given you a hard time for being friends with Tanner?
I'm not gonna start down no hard time, but like they'll try to use it to be like, you know how like sometimes like a person will try to use like try to like talk down on somebody to get cool with you.
Sure.
And like they'll try to be like, man, look at your boy over there, he be such. And I'll be like, look at you though, you doing such.
So they tried to pick on him to get on your good side, and you just gave it back to him.
Yeah, just give it back to him.
Sure.
Like, who is me to judge? He ain't never showed me nothing like that, nothing wrong like that.
Now what, besides cartoons and anime, what do you and Tanner kind of talk about?
Man, we just talk, man, the news, Donald Trump, man, we Bible study. Man, we talk about everything that's not don't pertain to being locked up.
Yeah.
We just keep our mind up out of jail.
Well, let's start with the kind of Bible study. What sort of stuff have you done with that, Tanner?
All right, like, this is what we'll do. All right, we got tablets, we got Pando tablets in ourselves we use all day, but like, sometimes we'll do this, like, I'll get the kiosk and they'll open up my slide. We'll get our Bible, I'll be like, man, Tanner, I call him Thorn.
Yeah.
I'll be like, Thorn, man, or he'll call me, look at our chicken. Hey man, let's do Bible study. And we'll get on the run. I got my Bible in the slide. We'll just sit up there like we was reading in the book of Acts. We're in the book of Acts chapter 14 right now.
Yeah.
We done read through Luke. We done read through all Matthew. Like, so we're in the book of Acts right now, the conversion of Paul. So like.
1 second here. So your nickname for him is Thorn, his nickname for you is Chicken.
Yes, sir.
And you're in two different cells.
Yeah.
But you'll be able to open the slot and sit down and go through the Bible together, and you work through Luke.
Yeah.
You're in Acts chapter 14, the conversion of Paul.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And so like we just sit there and break it down, interpret it, and then like we'll go back and like, man, and just really apply it to our own lives.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Paul, man, like if he able to change and God didn't condemn him, like it's the same thing for us.
Right. So you're taking those lessons and applying to each of your lives.
Yes,
Has
sir.
that been beneficial for you?
Man, it's been beneficial to me. I know it's been beneficial to my friends, because at the same time, like, y'all don't see what I see going in this cell 24 hours a day. Like, early in the morning, he ringing his hand. Early in the morning, where I gotta tell him, hey, bro, pick your head up. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Pick your head up. Hey, how you doing today? Hey, bro, you good? Hey, man, come back, come talk to me, man.
So, like in the morning you wake up, you see him already ringing his hand. Is that kind of a sign that he's anxious?
Yeah, because like he don't see me, I see him, but like I get up and use the restroom, it probably be like 3 o'clock in the morning. He already up pacing his flow.
At 3 a.m. he's already up pacing?
Pacing his flow. Okay, I gotta come to the door, look out, Thorn. They say, so what? Hey man, come to the door, man, what's up with the news? Talking about change your mind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you want to talk about it? No. All right, now, hey, bro, what's up, man? You remember this such episode? Hey, you remember we were little watching Pokemon, man?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just change.
Dude, the fucking judge is a dick with the coffee.
Pokemon, things like that. You get him calm that down?
Calm it down, just
Always.
to get his mind off the situation.
Fucking dick.
And we
Like,
talked,
why do you
and I talked a little bit
call
before
me in the
with
mic,
the
though?
jury about when he comes back from court. Is that another time when you need to kind of pick him up or distract him?
Man, every day I come back from court, every day he come back from court, I look out for him, how today was, thumbs up or thumbs down. You do me like that, I know not to question him no more.
Yeah.
I'm finna go watch Naruto.
Yeah.
I know he's finna go watch cartoons and zone it out, get his stress up, I will lose himself.
Okay. When he comes back and he's like that non-responsive, he's got to take time and
I
try
already-
to get away. And you mentioned earlier like the tablets and Pando. Pando's an app on the little computer tablets that
Yes,
you all
sir.
use, right? That's how you all get information now. Not like the old days where someone come around with books.
Yeah, it ain't the old days.
No.
No.
All right. So let me see. What's Tanner's kind of defense mechanism that you've seen?
When the time I go for man. Time to go. Yeah, man, time to go for man.
Is it kind of immature?
Yeah, where you gotta be like, man, get this dude just like, did he just remind me of me being in middle school or something?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Is he ever like a smart aleck or anything?
I mean, I gotta answer it like this. If y'all give me a chance like to explain it.
Sure.
I gotta answer it like this. Cause we come from two different walks of life, two different places,
Yeah.
right?
Two different walks of life.
So like if you don't know, you'll think he being sarcastic.
Right.
But like him being him being what he do being, like it's him. You know what I'm saying? It's just him being funny, him being humor, him being him.
So it's not him being sarcastic or mean, it's just him trying to be funny.
He's funny. He's
That's
trying
his way of telling the
that's,
truth.
you know what I'm saying? That's his way of socializing.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? That's his way of trying to like fit into the environment. That's him trying to find a way of being friendly. So like if the next person don't know, or like just take the time out to understand him, like they'll think like he being sarcastic or he being pompous.
What
And
if
you
he
kinda
knows
started
what
out
he's
two different
in there
walks of
for?
life, if you've kind of taken that time to get to know him and to do the Bible study, talk about things he likes to talk about the news,
Yes, sir.
music.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you said before that because you have experience and you realize he's not everyone's cup of tea, right?
Yeah.
That you try to explain to him going into prison how he needs to behave.
Basically. And then,
Go ahead.
basically, like I explained to him, like really try to discredit all, like, cause people have a view of being in prison, like it's bad, but like you have this side and this side is just the line you choose to go down. But like, you still have people down there that prey on people.
Yeah.
And me being experienced, I grew up down there. I was a bad individual down there.
Yeah,
So
so
like,
one second. So you said go down there, everyone thinks that everyone's bad. It's not that way.
It's not that
but
way.
There are people that will prey on.
it's odd, and there is people that prey on other people.
Right.
You got sheep and you got wolves.
Yeah.
And like time, like people to get a man with messed up intentions, but think being a good man, I think because Tanner being a good man, just want to help somebody, they're confused that was being green. But I don't think he's doing it just being a person.
And what does being green mean?
Naive.
Naive. Okay. So as between the wolves and the sheep, which one is Tanner?
Tanner, a baby lamb.
Baby lamb. Okay.
Yeah.
So a little worse than a sheep. So you're telling this because you're worried about his safety.
Yeah, the past experience with people, us just being in a little vicinity behind the doors back down there. Just back there and on there. Like it's been situations where I had to, go chill out now, he don't go. Or like just, I'm gonna tell you a situation that just happened, like we had a neighbor over there.
Yeah, you got a neighbor and what happened?
And he was asking Tanner for some coffee.
Yeah, yeah, for coffee.
And basically mess Tanner over. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give you this for this. And basically really jacked him for his coffee. And then
Jacking for me, basically stole it.
he basically stole his coffee. And like just to make it good, I gave him back to Tanner. You know what I'm saying? Like, and let bro know, like, nah, you really out of line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you kind of tried to stand up for it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Really, you don't
Really?
do that.
He doesn't
So if I
know,
can
does he?
explain, like, say you don't do that to no person that's naive. Cause like, when you being down there in prison, it's just man in general, you don't, around me, you don't bully nobody that don't know no better.
He doesn't know, dude.
So in prison,
He doesn't fucking know, dude. He can't. There's no way.
Exactly.
This guy knows what the hell Tanner's in there for. When he's taking up for him being bullied by people. When he bullied a 7-year-old little girl. Talk about someone who didn't know any better. Like, what the fuck, dude? How could he?
I tell Tanner that he trying to teach him
Like,
not to get taken advantage of.
Yeah, like everybody don't go. Sometimes you gotta say no.
But it's okay to be nice to people.
It's hard to be respectful. I would be respect gets you everywhere with grown
I'm gonna.
Yes, sir.
I hope the prosecution asks him.
On the letter that's been marked.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's my handwriting.
That's your handwriting, and who is that letter to?
That's the form.
Object. Defense Exhibit 88 is admitted.
Now, do you remember how long ago you wrote this?
It was probably like last month, a month or two ago.
And obviously, all like mail between inmates is intercepting copy, right?
Basically.
Would you mind reading that letter for us?
I say, bro, think about it.
Okay, hang on. Might be better if you read it. Okay. No offense.
Yes, my bad, Mr. Gallup.
Don't worry, I have access to it. Alright. There you go.
Absolutely.
Bro, think about Jesus, his character, heart, posture. I just want you to know you're loved, forgiven. Bro, I'm serious when I say you taught me so much, bro. You're a light, and you shine bright in this darkness. Fam, you actually make me grow. Fuck up, Thorn. I have a messed up view of life that gets the best of me at times. But you know what? When I come to the door, see you, I have to self-check myself. I have to appreciate the gratitude, the faith, the foundation, the peace you show. I can't stress when I see that you wake up and fight so hard for sanity that for sure I know I wouldn't have the way you believe, and not doubt God is amazing. Bro, stay solid. Now, Jamarius, have the guards been going out of their way to tell you about Tanner's case?
There's no object that calls for hearsay. He can answer yes or no.
Tell the truth.
Just a yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at this point, you know that Tanner pled guilty to kidnapping and murdering Athena Strang.
I know he pleaded guilty, but I just didn't know the extent of the charge.
Until now, or until?
Until the proceedings and stuff started.
Oh, yeah, yes. So you, once it started, you knew what it was. Until then, you did.
Yes, sir.
Is Tanner still your friend?
Of course.
Are you still trying to help prepare him?
Man, I talk to Tanner every day about like, hey, bro, when I catch change, man, you stay in your lane. You stay in your little box, man. Don't let nobody interfere, change anything you got going. You was not what they say you is. I keep that on in mind daily.
And in the time that you two have been together over there, Tanner hasn't had any disciplinary issues?
No, sir.
I'll pass it in, Sean.
Here we go.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. So let me ask, so this situation that you guys are in, are y'all in some type of different confinement where you have to talk through the little holes?
All right.
What is that?
Can I use this for example?
Yeah.
Look, say this. This my
Put it
cell.
on the rail so the jury can see it.
This my cell. This Turner cell and this the room. We have to talk through steel door.
Okay.
To big steel door.
Okay.
I can see Turner through a window this time.
Okay.
We got a beam slot that go like this big.
Right.
We in there 24 hours a day.
Don't chew on that. No.
That's where y'all are currently.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you and Tanner been across from each other?
May gonna make a year.
Okay, so for a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me just ask you, sir, it would appear that you've had a bit of a rough life. Do you agree with me with that?
Yes, sir.
Maybe by some of it your upbringing?
Yes, sir.
Maybe some of it your family?
My family all right, but yes, sir.
Rough family life.
Yes, sir.
Probably some bad choices on your part. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
But I'm looking at your criminal history here. I don't see where you've ever killed anybody.
No, sir.
I don't see where you've ever abused a child or beat a child to death, have you?
No, sir.
So when you're in this cell with Tanner, what did he tell you that he did to this little girl?
He never told me nothing what he did to a little girl.
Okay. You didn't ask? Y'all didn't talk about that?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea what he did?
I mean, like some of the people around me told me. But that don't change my view. I don't let people dictate my view.
Even despite that, you still think he's a good man?
He ain't never showed me nothing different. His character good.
Whoa.
Regret.
Nothing for that.
I give you finally excuse.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Who do you have next?
Dr. Davis, Your Honor.
Dr. Davies.
I'm not a doctor. I thought it was grandma. I might not listen to the doctor. You know. Especially with the defense, with the doctor, it's kind of usually kind of boring. Yeah. What do you say? I thought they were gonna have their heaviest hitters at the last of it.
Come in, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Just have a seat. Absolutely.
Hi, it's Julian, Julian Davies, Davies. I do, that's my CV.
Okay.
You recognize Exhibit 87. Yes, that's my report. Yeah, I do to admit Exhibit 87.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. Okay, defense 87 is admitted.
Sure, and that's for PowerPoint.
Sorry, that's the defense of the hard copy of Washington. I think that's that for the record.
Any objection to 85 for purposes of the record? No, Your Honor. 85 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Can people start when we get this to the beginning? Sounds good. Great. Let's go ahead and start with your profession.
Sure, I'm a clinical professor of pediatrics, medical doctor.
Okay. And pediatrician. So, can you tell me about your education?
Sure, my undergrad was at Yale. My med school was at the University of California, San Francisco School of Medicine. And then I did my pediatrics residency at Seattle Children's and the University of Washington, Seattle, where I now practice.
And what professional accreditations, licenses, or certificates have you been granted?
I have medical licenses in the state of Washington, where I usually work, as well as licenses in California, Florida, and Georgia. And for the purposes of this evaluation, the Texas Medical Board gave me a visiting physician temporary permit.
And do you currently hold any faculty positions?
Yes, I'm a clinical professor at the University of Washington, which basically means that I teach residents and medical students, but I have my own faculty practice. And it's a general pediatric practice with some specialties. I see a lot of kids with histories of adoption or foster care. And then I think most relevant to today is that I'm the pediatrician on a team at the kind of the original fetal alcohol spectrum disorders diagnostic clinic. And so I've been working in that clinic diagnosing children and adults with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders for about 22 years.
And are you giving hospital positions right now?
Hospital, I don't do hospital work. Seattle Children's Hospital has me on staff, but I'm an outpatient guy.
Okay. And you say your current teaching responsibilities do include fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Yes, and so at that diagnostic clinic, we do diagnostic evaluations, but we're also a training center. So we have teams coming in from around the country and actually teams from other countries who come in to learn about FASD diagnosis.
And do you have any affiliations or memberships in any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I'm board certified by the American Board of Pediatrics.
And your responsibilities include any organizations that address FASD?
Yes, I'm involved in planning conferences and teaching. There have been some conferences held in Seattle that I've spoken at, if that's what you're asking.
Sure, and on that same vein, have you given presentations on FASD?
Yes.
What about, have you been published in that area?
Yes, as well.
And have you been qualified by courts to give testimony on FASD before?
Yes, in about 9 states I've been qualified as an expert in FASD, including Texas.
And FASD, is that a recognized diagnosis?
It depends who you ask and what country you ask. FASD, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, our clinic uses as an umbrella term that describes the full spectrum of birth defects and brain injuries caused by maternal drinking. The diagnoses that we use are under that umbrella term, and there's a couple that you might be diagnosed with if you come to our clinic.
Sure. And there's actually, I'm not going to try to confuse people, but if you look this up, there might be 2 different terms for diagnoses than what you use for the same category. Right?
Yes.
I'm familiar with the other doctors too. So, let's talk about, but there are generally accepted methods that you rely on to determine if someone has FASD.
Yes, at the University of Washington, we developed something called the 4-digit diagnostic code, and a lot of clinics around the country and the world use that. And it was developed in the mid-90s, and it's currently in its 4th edition.
Now, did you examine Tanner?
Yes.
And did you review records pertaining to him?
A lot of records, yes.
Did you review reports of other experts?
Yes.
And the ones that have been testifying so far, they're coming up?
Yes.
Are you being paid for your work in this case?
Yes.
And what is your hourly rate?
It's $450.
Do you know approximately how many total hours you participate billing in this case?
I think I've already billed about 30 to 40 hours, and I haven't added up my recent work, but it could add another 10 to 20.
No.
Now, you kind of talked about FASD being an umbrella term. Can you talk about why is prenatal alcohol exposure important?
Sure. Kind of an interesting topic. You'll hear a lot of different things about what amounts of alcohol might be safe and whatnot. So I'd like to start out before we get to diagnosis about what alcohol can do. So alcohol is a teratogen, and that means it causes birth defects, and in particular can cause brain damage. One thing that's tough about alcohol is that the placenta protects the developing child from many things, but alcohol goes right through it. So the mother's blood alcohol level is the fetus's blood alcohol level. And unfortunately, once it gets in there, the mother has a liver that can detox, but the fetus doesn't have a liver that can detox the alcohol in the same way.
Interesting.
So while it's in there, unfortunately, we know that alcohol affects the developing brain on a lot of different levels. It can kill nerve cells, it can send them to the wrong place in the brain, it can make brain structures smaller or deformed. It can really interrupt the really important connections between different parts of your brain. It can affect the signaling, the chemicals between nerve cells, and it can even do lasting damage after the pregnancy by setting up inflammation or locking or unlocking certain genes in the brain. So, yeah.
Does it matter when during pregnancy the alcohol is consumed?
It does. There isn't a safe time to drink, but we know that the riskiest time to drink is in that first trimester. In those first 8 to 10 weeks, you're dealing with an embryo, meaning that the organs are being formed and the foundation is being laid. And in those first 8 to 10 weeks, we see more brain damage resulting from alcohol. It's great to stop as soon as you can because there's continued harm in the second and third trimester.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what's under that umbrella of FASD. What specific diagnoses are?
Sure. The original diagnosis, and this was called out in 1973, is fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS. A lot of folks have heard of that. That's one where you might have physical features that show up. So you might have growth problems. There's this unique set of facial features that those 4 kids have. Evidence of brain damage or dysfunction. And that's what goes into FAS. That was the original diagnosis. But we've learned a lot in the past 50 years, and now we know that FAS is just the tip of the iceberg. And a lot more people have the brain injuries, but might not have those facial features. And so there are other diagnoses under that FASD umbrella, where you're talking about brain damage from alcohol, but you might not have those physical features.
Yeah, can you kind of walk us through this?
This one kind of breaks it down. So we talked about FAS, and again, that's only 11% of the folks we see in clinic. So the next one down is called static encephalopathy, alcohol exposed. That's where the brain damage is essentially the same as FAS. It's just that you don't have all those physical features. That's about 1/3 of the folks we see. But over half of the people we see, and it's the same amount from the animal studies that we did, half of our patients end up with neurodevelopmental disorder / alcohol exposed. And that's where the brain injuries are in the more mild to moderate range, and you have that prenatal alcohol exposure.
And just so the people who are really detail-oriented aren't asking, you've kind of done a ampersand showing a couple of the names for these strands.
Right, so if you hear those from other experts, it's because there's different diagnostic systems that kind of alphabet soup, people have their preferred terminology. So if you've heard about ARND, alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, or you might have a psychologist that's using the DSM book, and in there they say neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, or NDPAE.
Now, tell me about the diagnostic criteria. What are you looking for when you're evaluating someone's efficacy?
So essentially, you're looking for those columns. You're looking for evidence of prenatal alcohol. You're looking to see if there's any growth impairments. You're looking for those facial features, and you're looking at the brain. And with the brain, you're looking at brain structure, and you're looking at brain function.
And are there other considerations?
Very much. You know, those are the things that make up an FASD diagnosis. But we also really like to do what's called differential diagnosis. And that's where you're thinking about, okay, but what are the other risk factors, maybe in the family history or other things that went on during pregnancy or problems at birth or things that happened in that person's life that could have led to similar problems.
Now, when you're looking at those other things, is it possible to have what they call like this comorbidity or have more than one thing, or is this does this exclude other diagnoses?
No, in fact, we expect other diagnoses, and the research at our clinic suggests that if you come see us for an FASD diagnosis, you're 3 to 7 times more likely to have other major risk factors that could be impacting your brain. And so sometimes we say that FASD is like a adversity magnet, or the hits keep coming, which is that unfortunately we see high rates of other comorbid, meaning co-occurring diagnoses. So it's really common to have more than just an FASD diagnosis.
What type of professionals are involved in diagnosing FASD? Is that an individual or a group? How does that work?
It can be done as a solo provider sort of thing, but it's better when you have other professionals in the mix. And so at our clinic at the University of Washington, there's me, but there's also a psychologist, and sometimes a speech language pathologist, or OT, occupational therapist, sometimes a social worker. So it's best done as a team approach, which in the sort of legal setting usually means that there's other experts like psychologists and speech language pathologists or brain radiology specialists. And so I take what they find and use it to come up with my medical diagnosis.
And your diagnosis is medical from the medical.
Correct.
Let's talk, if you're ready, about prenatal alcohol exposure in cancer.
Sure.
What's your evidence that you experienced with prenatal alcohol exposure?
Right. So his mother, Melissa, in a sworn affidavit, said that she was 19 when she became pregnant with Mr. Horner. And she was about 8 to 9 weeks along before she knew she was pregnant. Before she learned she was pregnant, she would drink to intoxication on numerous occasions. And she would drink Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola all night. She then said that once she found out she was pregnant, that she stopped drinking alcohol, but she continued to smoke cigarettes and also use some cannabis to manage morning sickness.
And what does that mean for cannabis?
That, unfortunately, is a high-risk prenatal alcohol exposure for the reasons we were talking about. Those first 8 to 9 weeks are when those crucial foundations of your brain architecture are getting formed, when those nerve cells are most vulnerable to alcohol. And that pattern of drinking to intoxication, drinking Jack and Coke all night, that's a high-risk level of alcohol. And so it's this pattern of drinking that studies show is most likely to cause fetal alcohol impacts. And if you look at the studies for this pattern of drinking, about 40% or more of kids born from a pregnancy like this may have some of those FASD impacts.
Well, can we, let's go back to our diagnostic criteria. You said we have prenatal alcohol exposure. What about growth deficiency? How does that relate to FASD first?
Yeah. So growth is interesting. We see growth problems in about 1 out of 3 folks in clinic. If you see growth deficiency, that person's brain is 2 to 3 times more likely to be impacted by alcohol. So it's meaningful if you see it, but most of our patients don't have growth problems.
Now, what about Tanner? Did he show any growth impairment?
From all the records I reviewed, he did not have growth problems at birth or since. So he did not meet the growth criteria.
And you talked about the original diagnosis, FAS, with physical facial features. How did they help you diagnose FAS?
For the facial features?
Yes.
Yeah. The facial features are interesting. If you have them, and you have to have all three of these pretty subtle facial features, it's pretty much only alcohol that does that. But we know from studies that there's really maybe just 1 or 2 days early in pregnancy where those facial features get created. So most of the folks that come see us in clinic, they don't have those facial features. Less than 10% of them do.
So basically, it matters specifically what day you bring up.
Pretty much, it's day 19 or 20 of a human pregnancy.
And you said, did you already say how common are those facial features among patients you see?
9% have the full face of fetal alcohol syndrome.
And Tanner does not have those?
He does not.
The other criteria we talked about was, I guess the next one, what evidence of brain damage do you look for in an FASD evaluation?
That's where, again, we're looking for, is there any structural evidence of brain damage? And that alone could get you to an FASD diagnosis. But we also really want to look at how the brain is functioning, right? And so when we're looking at the kind of scoring how impacted the brain is, we're looking at structural stuff and we're looking at functional things.
Now, we've talked to other experts about diagnoses being based on deficits. So is your diagnosis based on what's wrong with the brain, not necessarily what it does well?
Yes, it's the same here. In fact, we really expect an uneven pattern in FASD, where you can have some deep impairments or deficits, but also some skills that are more normal.
And how do you determine structural evidence of brain damage?
That's where in clinic, the easy way is to take a head circumference. If you have kids, you might remember us doing that when they're young. That tells you how well the brain is growing. That was not present in the records I have for Mr. Horner. Sometimes we have the benefit of neurodiagnostic imaging, and I think you've already heard about that, but like an MRI or a quantitative EEG or a PET scan, these are ways that help us look at the brain structure and function.
Okay, so you said you don't have any medical history of small head, and there wasn't any like epilepsy or things like that, right?
There wasn't at least any medically confirmed epilepsy. I think there were some seizure-like movements one time after maybe a head injury, but there wasn't enough to say he has epilepsy for me.
Now, the jury has already heard from Dr. Lewine and Dr. Bickler. You're familiar with both of them, correct?
Yeah.
And familiar with the reports that Lewine testified about?
Yes.
So, did the brain imaging show any abnormalities that matter to your diagnosis?
Yes. What you already heard about is that there are some areas in both his gray matter and white matter that are abnormal. And those are in areas that we see in the fetal alcohol spectrum literature. They're also described in other conditions like autism, ADHD, head injuries, and so on. So they're not unique to FASD, but they are potentially caused by maternal drinking. And so we saw that on the MRI. The quantitative EEG was looking at the brain electrical activity and how coherent it is.
Okay, I see what they're doing now. I don't need to listen to this testimony. It's put me to sleep. They're just connecting the dots. They're connecting all their people. The ones that can say he has it, the ones that have given him a diagnosis, the ones that looked at the data on the scans. He's just the guy that's connecting everything. Alright then. Thank y'all. I was getting everything set up for a stream that's not going to put me to sleep. Ayo! Secret out!